Getting this up and running here. Let me reset my camera so I'm not so bright. There we go. All right, looks like we got some people joining us. Jared Smith here with the Carolina Weather Group. I've got Scotty Powell with me in Morganton, North Carolina, and we are back for what could be hours and hours of tornado coverage. Hopefully not that bad, but we do have our first tornado warning of the day, and this is in Berkeley County, South Carolina. This is for a rotation that is set up just near Monk's Corner, about to cross Highway 17 alternate, headed towards Oakley, Panopolis, and really the town of Monk's Corner. So again, let me, I'm getting a couple of tweets out here real quick.
Yeah. Jared, I can read this part of the
Yeah,
warning here while you get that going. This is a tornado warning for portions of southeastern Berkeley County until 5:45. So a 30-minute warning or so, one of those short trigger warnings. But this storm's going to be moving east at around 25 miles per hour. And again, this is radar indicated rotation. So as of right now, we don't have any confirmation of any tornado on the ground, but there's enough rotation being detected on radar to warrant this tornado warning. And again, some of the locations to be affected by this would be Monk's Corner, Old Santee Canal State Park, Huger, and Panopolis here in the Berkeley County area. So if any of those areas sound familiar to you, if you live in any of those areas, now is the time to be getting into your safe place. Today is Safe Place Selfie Day, where we are trying to promote where you need to be during severe weather events. And so today, appropriate day to be discussing that as we have another day of tornado warnings, Jared.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be, this is going to be one of those, unfortunately, hopefully not as busy as yesterday, but we are going to still have a few of these tornado warnings that we're going to be dealing with throughout the day. Again, the atmosphere, the shear is not as good, but the instability is great today. And those are going to balance each other out pretty well. So again, we got the rotation on radar here. This is approaching really the center of Monk's Corner here. This rotation is. So again, if you're in Monk's Corner right now, Monk's Corner, Oakley, the Oakley community, just is going to pass just north of Cane Bay High School. This is going to get very close to Berkeley High School. So if you're around Berkeley High School, you should be in shelter right now. This is about ready to cross 17 alternate and Old Whitesville Road here. This is going to be passing just south of Highway 6, but it looks right on target to pick up Highway 6 at Highway 52 and 17A, kind of at this kind of like this triple intersection here. Again, the rotation is good. It's not, overwhelmingly scary here. It's somewhat broad. There is no sign of any debris being lofted right now, but I will note that we are, we're about 4,300 feet up from the radar. So again, we can't see. We can't see everything directly at the ground. So then this is where you come in. This is where storm spotters and all of you come in to help us understand what's going on the ground. So again, we'll be looking for your reports this evening as we go. But again, right now the call to action for towns of Monk's Corner, community of Oakley, generally anywhere like Ellery Lane, Black Tom Road, north of 17. Highway 17 alternate crossing there. That's a pretty good rotational couplet here on radar. You may also deal with some hail, and you may be dealing with some damaging straight line winds as well. So again,
Jared, I got some of the roads pulled up here. See if any of these are familiar to you if you're listening from this area. North Winter Street, we have Azalea Court, State Highway 6. We have State Road 316 over into Highway 52, as Jared was mentioning there, White Pine Court, Tall Spruce Drive, over here towards Pine Straw Drive, again, Newell Street. So if any of these are familiar, Riggs Street in Monk's Corner, you need to be in your safe place. And all of this area in the low country of South Carolina up to the Midlands, currently under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. tonight. So we have this tornado warning, which means we need to be taking action. But even if you're not in this area and you live in the Midlands of South Carolina, if you live in the low country of South Carolina, there is a tornado watch until 11 p.m. tonight. So we're going to see a pretty dynamic afternoon again with the chance of seeing some of these storms rotate.
Yeah, and I'm getting some video in, just taking a look at what we can try and see here. Sounds like I'm just watching some video here of somebody in Cane Bay, and it's tough to tell, but he might have a little bit of a spin on there, and it wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me looking north into the storm. We have the bounded weak echo region, little B-weir here, little donut hole. Still have your rotational couplet there. I think we moved this forward in time. I'm not sure that this is going to be, again, Scotty, I don't think we have a situation today where we're going to have these long-lived supercells like we did yesterday, that produced tornadoes for miles and miles, that produced significant tornadoes. I don't think that is what we're dealing with today. However, I want to caution everybody that that these can still do a fair bit of damage in a short amount of time, but they also may not be as long-lived as some of the ones that we saw yesterday. But again, that's probably why they went short fuse on this. 30 minutes. It seems very reasonable here. Passing in the southern part of Monk's Corner right now, going to scrape Cane Bay to the north, just a hair. If you're in Cane Bay, it's not a terrible idea to be in a safe place for a few minutes, especially if your phone went off. But again, when I zoom in, again, Berkeley High School is probably going to see some hail. This is going to pass very close to Berkeley High School, south of West Main Street. And again, the rotation is just to the northeast now of Cane Bay High School on the map here. So again, folks, this is one of those situations where, again, it is Safe Place Selfie Day for that matter. So hey, if you're in your safe place, send us a picture. I'd love to be able to show everybody what to do in a tornado warning. And what is that? What do? You get to an interior room on the lowest floor of a site-built structure, bathroom, hallway, closet. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No windows, and that will get you. And that's a safe place. That's a good place to be as we get going here. So again, we are keeping an eye on this right now, and go ahead.
I was going to say, Jared, for those who are watching this area, if you're to the south of this near Walterboro, there is a severe thunderstorm warning out for Colleton County and Dorchester. So we do have that severe thunderstorm warning. Okay.
I have a picture of a wall cloud here, a big wall cloud. Hang on. Let me share my screen. Let me share a window here. Let me see if I can share the window. Sometimes it doesn't let me. That's frustrating. I'm going to save this image here. Let me see. Wow, this is quite a picture, guys. Let me give me a second. I gotta get this here. I don't know why it saved to the wrong place. There we go. So I'm going to share a preview screen here. Right here. And I've got here's a picture from, this is from Chelsea Brown on Twitter. Sent this to me in a private message. There's your wall cloud right there.
Yeah.
Wall cloud over Cane Bay. Pretty good looking wall cloud here.
Nice lightning capture as well.
That is a very good lightning capture.
Yeah, and as you can see, that's not far off the ground, so it's not going to take much for one of these to touch the ground. And looking at the radar presentation right now, it looks like we got definitely some high winds moving into Oakley, the Oakley community right now. So
absolutely, and again, this is this is still a reasonably vigorous rotation here. Have to see if, again, this is going to be one of those days where we have a lot of boundaries. We have some nebulous stuff here. We could see this get undercut fairly quickly. So let me, I'm going to put a link to this in chat real quick.
Yeah, and we've got that picture up right now. We'll keep that up because just kind of give you a mind of this is what's happening right now. So if you do live in Oakley, Monk's Corner, this is what's happening right now in your community. So a big wall cloud there, not far off the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the wall cloud over here. You can kind of see the picture here, and I just want people to be able to visualize that. And if you have pictures, if you have those things, please tweet them to us so we can see what's going on. I appreciate the direct messages are good. I'm not going to be able to get to those very fast. And again, for those of you who may be joining us, from the Charleston Weather Facebook page, thank you for watching from the Charleston Weather Facebook page. I am not going to be able to get to your comments right away. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see your comments there. So if you want to make comments, go to the Carolina Weather Group Facebook page, and we're going to see the comments in this rail here. Unfortunately, we just don't have the tech yet to link all of these cross-posted pages here. So yeah, we're gonna continue to work on that here. I think we're going to actually need to get a cross post. So we're going to work on that. But again, here's your rotational signature right here. Hail is certainly concerned with this guy as well. The radar estimating up to about inch diameter hail at this point, kind of north of the circulation. It certainly is not as impressive of a hook as it was a few minutes ago. And and so the rotational couplet is very much very much crossing over 17 and 52 right now. This is headed towards Hugie. So if you're in Hugie right now, you should be keeping a very close eye on the weather. Be getting ready to go to your safe place. Definitely not seeing the clean inflow that there was. There might be a little undercutting going on now. We will have to see. Now, further south, also, I think it's worth noting there, we have another severe thunderstorm warning in Walterboro for damaging wind and hail producer. We have another supercell that has developed south of Somerville, and looks like it's approaching the town of Somerville. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. That one is not warned right now, but we still want people to be in a safe place. So again, and again, I think what we want to do here is just emphasize to folks that we are in a very unstable atmosphere today. This is a lot different from yesterday. Yesterday, we needed a good kick to get things going. We did get things going. Today, the Cape, there was a 20Z sounding from the Weather Service office, and the Cape is so much fatter. It's a very fat Cape. So these storms are going to go. When they go, they're going to go fast. So conditions are going to change very quickly today based on what's going on here. So again, we're going to be watching that super closely for these storms to erupt very quickly, because as you can see in Somerville, I mean, we had a little cell down there, but this is certainly something that bears some watching. Not really seeing any low level rotation right now. And when I tilt up, maybe there's a little bit of broad upper level rotation. But again, that's going to be something that we're going to need to watch very closely. Not all of these storms will produce tornadoes today. I mean, again, I think that's the most important thing here. But I just want people to be very aware of the situation that we find ourselves in, is that these storms will intensify quickly, and the hail threat is higher today as well. So that's another thing to keep in mind. So right now, if you're on State Highway 402, roughly from Highway 52 all the way to Hugie, that's probably a good idea to not be there. See if you can pull off there. The rotation is getting very near you. I'm going to update the storm motion here, and not do that. Try not to do that extreme close up, but let me do the storm track here. So again, this is going to be in Hugie in the next 15 to 30 minutes if it holds up. Again, we could certainly see this. Begin to fall apart a little bit as time goes on, and that's what we're hoping happens. We're hoping that this is kind of one of those situations where the shear is a little bit less, the Cape is extremely high, and so these may undercut themselves faster. So that's where we're at. So we have a question here. I'm in my interior room right now. Do I need to do anything to keep me safe? You're in your interior room. That is exactly what you should do. If you have a helmet, that's not a bad idea. It's sometimes helpful to have a helmet on, in case of falling debris or anything like that. Certainly recommend that. Again, kind of getting low, and just making sure that you can get. And that you just hang out. I mean, at the end of the day, you just hang out, and we'll get you going. So again, I think we've had some new. I think we've had some new severe weather. I think we've had some new people join us from Facebook. So again, if you're joining us from the Charleston Weather Facebook page, I will do my very best to get to your messages. But unfortunately, some of the systems that we have only have so many screens. And it's it's busy today. So so we will try and get to as many questions as possible today, but understand that our first order of business is going to be calling out the tornado warning here. We're going to follow the tornado warned storms very closely. Once this warning expires, we will probably stay on the air for at least a few minutes, just to keep y'all up to date on exactly what's going on, because this is the beginning of another potential severe weather episode. So if there's any bit of good news here, this is interesting here. We're starting to see this rotation become a little less organized, and I suspect that may be because we are starting to see some of that updraft get undercut a little bit here. And again, we are getting a lot of tweets right now from those from all you out there, and so that's really good. We'll keep that, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll put some stuff up here. Again, the picture I've got here in the corner next to me is the wall cloud taken earlier by Chelsea Brown. So this is a really great shot of the wall cloud. Again, and then it's a wall cloud because it's fairly compact, and it very likely had some rotation in it. That's very close to the ground. So if there was anything going on there, it certainly could have been producing. So again, the main risk for severe weather is now generally east of 17A and crossing 52 just around Oakley. So where we have Oakley here on the screen, this is where your rotation is. Again, it is not as organized as it was. In fact, the normalized rotation product has certainly tamped down from previous scans here, but we're going to continue to watch this. The Weather Service is continuing to maintain the warning, positioning the system over Old TNT Canal State Park, moving east at 25. So again, Hugie, we're going to want to keep a very close eye on that there. And again, if you have any reports of damage or anything like that once the storm passes, I'd love to know. We definitely want to get those damage reports in. And hopefully there is none, but again, it's important that we're aware of that.
Jared, I'm trying to I've seen a picture here. I'm trying to get it pulled up here, so bear with me for just a second.
Yeah, no worries.
Here we go. This is another view we're seeing here. Let me get the right one. All right, here we go.
All right, and I will. I'll put this up here. We're going to maximize this guy. So,
yep. This is over Cane Bay. This is another picture from the Cane Bay area. Mm-hmm. You can kind of see the leading edge there. So,
it definitely was something there. Again, we don't know if that touched the ground. We don't know if that caused an issue there. But again, Chelsea's picture really. I mean, this is a Chelsea Brown coming through with the winner, I think, from this one, although the lightning is a little too close for comfort. But that is definitely a good look at that wall cloud as it moved near Cane Bay. So
looks like you said, Jared, they're continuing this morning, but there's been no chatter or anything in the NWS chat that's saying of damage. So that's a good sign. We like that because this is a fairly populated area. If there was damage, we'd start to be hearing about it.
Yeah, that's one thing that this is it's during the day and it is a populated area, so we'll hear these things fairly quickly. Although there will still be a lag at times. So there's still going to be some lag at times, but on that. But again, that's encouraging that we're not seeing a bunch of tweets saying, "Oh my goodness, my house is wrecked." Hopefully we can keep that out of there. Hopefully that is not the case. So so there you go. Let me what I'm going to do real quick for my Instagram audience here who they no way I can RTMP to Instagram yet. They really need to fix that. While
you do that, I'll do a little reset here for us. Cool. We do have that tornado warning out for Berkeley County. It goes until 5:45. Right now, the circulation just to the east of Monk's Corner and just to the north of Oakley. So this is going to be traveling near Highway 844 We have a few other streets in this area, Friendly Hill Lane over towards Center Lane. So that is the tornado warning in Berkeley County. We also have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, one in Dorchester County and a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Hampton County as well. And you're probably familiar with us calling these counties out last night. It seems like, Jared, it kind of starts with that storm in Berkeley, but they're starting to form a little line here from Walterboro, Hampton, up into Berkeley County.
Yeah, and we're seeing this. So, Scotty, we're seeing this kind of along a sea breeze. The sea breeze has moved inland, and I think is part of the trigger for this. In addition to the upper level, in addition to the upper level support that we have, I'm going to take this a little bit wider so you can see that there is a large thunderstorm complex now in coming through Macon, Georgia. Not a lot of warnings on these, but we have another tornado warning as far south as Tallahassee. So again, tornado watches are up from Georgia into the Carolinas, into South Carolina anyway. We may yet see tornado watches extended northern. We have a new we do have a tornado watch for one county in North Carolina. And so with this line of storms that's associated with a cold front that'll be moving through. So again, we have several things going on at the moment with that. I'm just getting some notes out to Shay Gibson here, and who's texting me behind the scenes. I think he's at work right now, but this is a good update here. The sun is back out in Monk's Corner, and again, as we'll switch back to the analyst here, the radar analyst, and clearly the best circulation is moving east of Monk's Corner now. It's becoming more of a huge issue. And so this is roughly over Old Santee Canal State Park, and this is going to continue to approach Hugie. Does have that hook, still have some rotation there, and I think this is actually improving a little bit over the last few minutes. So again, we're going to want to watch this closely. Now, the rest of you in Monk's Corner remain under a severe thunderstorm warning, and there are additional thunderstorms approaching from the south. So you may be seeing the sun right now, but we do have additional thunderstorms approaching from the south with a fair bit of lightning. So lightning makes every thunderstorm dangerous, and so what we're going to ask you to do when thunder roars, go indoors.
Jared, that cell is we're getting some hail being now reported out of these storms.
Yes,
up to a quarter inch in diameter, or a quarter size of a quarter, 1 inch in diameter here in Monk's Corner. We're also getting some pea-sized hail with that storm in Dorchester County. So that'll also be moving up towards Somerville and places like that. So we need to be mindful of that. The storm also producing some hail.
Yep, and we called that out. We noticed that. We noticed that there was that was going on there with the hail kind of when the updraft peaked there. We did see that increase in the hail signature from the radar hail product there. So that correlates very nicely with what the hail product was showing us. So that is extremely good information to have as well. But again, I'm going to get a quick tweet out to folks just to.
I also want to tell people that we also have another severe thunderstorm warning in Edgefield and McCormick County in central South Carolina until 6 p.m. Then this is moving in from Georgia into the border counties there from between Georgia and South Carolina. So McCormick and Edgefield County there in central South Carolina, we have a severe thunderstorm warning there until 6 p.m. So we are watching that. Also, not to take away the attention from Berkeley County, but we're also watching that line of storms move in. It's approaching the Knoxville area over the next hour or so. So that will then eventually approach the upstate of South Carolina and more of North Carolina. So we've got that to monitor as well with these storms that are ongoing under this tornado watch that we have for a good portion of central South Carolina as well as the Low Country.
Yeah, absolutely. And this tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. And again, we're gonna be watching that super closely throughout the night. Again, we're gonna be kind of in it to win it here for a little bit. We'll go zoom back out. I'll show everybody the regional one more time, and you can see there's the light red outline is the tornado watch, and then the kind of the darker, the more pronounced outline is the tornado warning in Berkeley County. So just so everybody sees kind of what's going on with the watches and warnings there, we do have our first tornado warning of the day continuing now. in Berkeley County. The tornado signature is now 4 miles southeast of Moncks Corner, moving east at 25 miles per hour. That is directly from the horse's mouth at the National Weather Service. So that's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good there to me. So again, we're getting additional reports too of about that wall cloud and the rotation with that wall cloud as well. So no signs at this point that anything was confirmed. We've not seen any signs of any debris being lofted, which is good news. But we still do have a pretty good mesocyclone here, departing Moncks Corner, headed towards Hugie right now, moving east at 25, and this is going to kind of parallel Highway 402. So again, if you're on Highway 402 right now between Moncks Corner and Hugie, this is definitely not a place that you're going to want to be on the road. Find somewhere to stop and pull off in a site belt structure. You definitely going to want to do that.
Yeah, and again, that storm is also producing some hail with it. So
yes,
it does have a history of hail being reported as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, so again, we're gonna bring folks into our coverage here from my Twitter. Taking a look at got a video from Knightsville. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of thunder, and that's what most of you are going to see today. I think that's the other thing to emphasize here is that this is, again, we're not expecting as widespread of a wind damage event as we saw yesterday, but certainly some heavy rain is going to be a concern. We could see some minor flooding in some spots. These storms are pretty well juiced up, ready to go. A lot of moisture available to them, and we're going to have some efficient rainfall from these as well. So certainly something that we're going to want to watch. Another angle that we're going to want to keep a close eye on. So again, here's your rotation. Let me just update the storm motion there. Not the best looking circulation signature you're ever going to see as I toggle back and forth between the base velocity and the storm relative velocity, which we use the storm relative velocity to take out the forward motion. Took that out. And yeah, definitely looks. It's this guy's been kind of up and down a little bit, but it is now the circulation is now east of Highway 52, with approaching Hugie. And let's see if I can't. Also want to kind of punch up. So this is also going to affect places like Cordsville, Limerick, Elwood. It's just north of Elwood right now, approaching Cordsville. So again, if you're in any of those places that we just called out, please get to a safe place. And we'll need to see if, we'll need to gonna definitely want folks to be taking precautions on this. Seeing some one of the things that's complicating our search also for debris is that we have some beam depolarization down the radial here. Okay, I've got all right, this is a great video. This is a great video from Josh Marthers at Channel 2. Let me pass along to him by Margie Hampton. I'm going to open this up in Safari here, and I want to show this to everybody. This is a pretty good looking, this is a little more than a wall cloud now. This is this is very possibly the tornado. Let me get my screen shared here so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. This is significant. So yeah, this is sent in to Josh Marthers at Channel 2, morning meteorologist at Channel 2, from Margie Taylor. There's your funnel right there. There it is. You can very clearly see funnel cloud very close to the ground. Again, we can't see very well out here if that is getting close to the ground, but if that's touching the ground per se. But this is that's looking pretty solid to me. Scotty, that's pretty much there.
Yeah, that's definitely very, very indicative of what could be a tornado there.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is definitely one of those situations where
we got a report of golf ball size hail now in Moncks Corner.
Okay.
Dennis Boulevard.
Wow, that's impressive. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's impressive. That actually outstrips what the radar was showing us. But again, owing to the cape that we have today, we have the instability. The instability is very strong today. The lapse rates, 5:15 p.m. All right, so yeah, rotation from cell all the way to the ground just north of Fox Banks, Cypress Gardens 52 at 5:15 p.m. This is just plain lane reporting from Monk's Corner. So again, this was at 5:15, no debris noted. So again, it certainly seems like that there was something very close to the ground here. And so we're gonna have to, it was there, but now.
And Jared, going back to chat, I want to make sure I get this right. I believe EM was reporting. Let me find that report there. Video of rotation in Monk's Corner headed towards Cordsville. No confirmed touchdown, but they're going to have crews go out there as soon as the weather passes. So maybe we can kind of connect the dots there once we get some officials out there.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Figure that out. They'll get that sorted out there. But again, there currently is no tornado danger in the city of Monk's Corner. I want to make sure that is perfectly clear now, is that the tornado danger has ended in the city of Monk's Corner, in Monk's Corner proper here. You are in good shape there. We do have some additional thunderstorms moving in from the south that could produce some additional hail and certainly some heavy rain and high winds. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. On that as well. We do have other severe thunderstorm warnings, a couple of these severe thunderstorm warnings. In fact, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now just out on that cell that I was literally just talking about. So there you go. So here's a new polygon. We got a kind of a polygon mess here, guys. We got this polygon takes in Monk's Corner, Somerville, Ridgeville, as these storms move north with 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe some large hail. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Taking a look at the let's see. We got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center that we're a lot of data flying around right now, and so we're just making sure that we can get this nailed down. So again, the tornado warning continues in eastern in kind of central eastern Berkeley County here for the next till 5:45, and it looks like we just expired. The tornado warning has expired. I have not seen any sign that it will be reissued just yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. But we'll see what the Weather Service decides to do with this. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be let's see what they got. Haven't seen any updates on that yet. So we'll see if they extended the severe thunderstorm warning eastward, or if they decide to go with the tornado warning, a new tornado warning for Hugie. But right now at 5:45, the tornado warning did expire.
So while there's no tornado warning, let's kind of recap here. There is a tornado. Well, we may have a new warning.
No. That's the expiration.
Okay.
Okay. Weather Service has expired the tornado warning. The tornado warning is no longer in effect.
All right. So to recap, we have a tornado watch in effect, basically from Columbia down to the Charleston area, basically along Interstate 20 and south. That's going to go until 11 p.m. tonight. We are watching a few severe thunderstorm warnings in South Carolina right now. We also have the cold front moving through Tennessee. That will also bring the potential for some severe weather, possibly to the upstate of South Carolina and western North Carolina over the next few hours. So a very busy evening expected here in the Carolinas again, with severe thunderstorm warnings and possibly tornado warnings. We're going to be here throughout the night to keep you updated. We are definitely going to be going live at 9 o'clock, but probably will be on and off if there's tornado warnings out. Jared, I see you're probably wanting to say something.
Yeah, no, we're gonna hang here for a bit because the Weather Service has continued one of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Yes, okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning for the Supercell that's approaching, that the one that had the golf ball size hail. The Weather Service just went with a considerable tag on this. And what that means is basically that that they hailed golf ball size is what gets the considerable tag going there. So we're keeping an eye on that. Yeah. Down. I'm just I'm tweeting and talking at the same time, so I apologize for that. But again, this is right now the best chance for any large hail will be on around yeah, but again, the best chance for any large hail, Highway 402 towards Hugie. So we are still, so we're watching that. You kind of see that. Let me switch back to the analyst here real quick so you can see what I'm talking about. So we have that little thicker polygon here. So this is this means that this severe thunderstorm warning is carrying a little bit more oomph with it. The considerable damage potential with golf ball size hail with this storm that has been reported in Berkeley County as this formerly tornado warned storm and now a considerable damage risk. We also have additional severe thunderstorms moving north out of Dorchester County into Moncks Corner, back into Moncks Corner. So again, if you're in Moncks Corner, your tornado threat has ended, but your severe thunderstorm threat continues. There are some strong thunderstorms moving, strong to severe thunderstorms with a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, probably some hail, and some gusty winds moving north back into Moncks Corner. Not seeing any signs of any rotation here, any rotation of consequence. But again, this is all kind of developing and moving inland off of Seabreeze right now. So that this is one facet of it, but there is a second facet of it to it that we want to be keeping a close eye on, and that is the fact that we are starting to see kind of an organized convective system begin to take shape in Western North Carolina. Again, we'll go regional here. And go over to Earth, and you can see the large thunderstorm complex beginning to get going now around Macon and into Augusta towards Columbia. And this is going to be getting very close to the Seabreeze is going to intersect this guy at some point too. So we could see some a brief uplift with that. Charleston metro area, I know we have plenty of people who got rocked last night. So far, so good in the immediate metro area. You're seeing a lot of anvil blow off at this point. The severe thunderstorms are generally along in the Highway 17A corridor right now, where the Seabreeze has been moving inland. And this is going to continue to move inland for the time being. But again, tornado watch goes until 11 because we have a lot more where this comes from. The upper air support is starting to get here. We're really starting to see we're going to get some additional help from the rest of the atmosphere here in pretty short order to help sustain more organized thunderstorms through the evening.
Jared, I think if it's cool with you, maybe we log off for a little bit just so we don't burn ourselves out tonight with straight severe weather coverages. But if that's cool with you, for all of you who are watching right now, I know there's like over 100 people watching right now. We are going to be monitoring the situation, and we'll keep you up to date with any tornado warnings, any major severe thunderstorm warnings. But just because we kind of feel like it's going to be a busy evening, we don't want to burn out so quickly.
Scotty, what I think I'm going to do here is, because we have no active tornado warnings, I'm going to keep the satellite and radar up. I'm going to keep this up and I'm going to keep it on a loop. We'll play a little music like the Weather Channel. And then if we need to break back in, makes it super simple. We can just sit down and start talking again. So if y'all want to, we're going to keep some live radar up for you here. So feel free to stick around and if you want to rejoin our coverage, at another time, or when the if another tornado warning, God forbid, comes out, we can be on the air very quickly for y'all. So again, the severe weather threat right now, gusty winds, large hail in the Highway 17 corridor in the low country of South Carolina. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings now out in looks like near Aiken. So again, kind of north of Augusta here, actually more like Edgefield County. So watching that. And again, if you were, if you're seeing any severe weather, please tag us on Twitter. Let us know. We'll be happy to get your reports relayed here. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and step away, and we're going to switch to radar coverage. So for Scotty Powell, I'm Jared Smith. If hopefully you won't have to see us before 9, but if you do, we will be here. So stay safe, keep an ear out for warnings, and we'll talk to you real soon. All right. Howdy, everybody. Jared Smith here with the Carolina Weather Group. Jumping in back at 6:45 p.m. We don't have any news tornado warnings, and so that's the good news. Got Scotty Powell with me up here in Morganton. But what we wanted to do was talk a little bit. I'm not sure why that's that. Okay, that's interesting. I've never seen it do that before. That was weird. We're gonna jump in, and we've had a lot of questions come through, and now we got some time to talk about it. So we want to get everybody together to talk through this a little bit. Let's kind of jump into the weather situation that we've got. And Scotty, I know that yesterday the severe weather threat was very much confined to South Carolina. Today, it will eventually, right now it's just in South Carolina, but it will eventually enter North Carolina.
Yeah, we're watching a pretty strong cold front that's going to be moving into the area later on this evening. Right now, situated over central and moving into eastern Tennessee. And the thinking is that line of storm moves into the area. We could see some of storms develop ahead of the line, and then watch the line in general move into the area. So portions of western North Carolina, the far southwestern tip of North Carolina near the Murphy area, is under an enhanced risk. That's a level 3 of 5 for severe weather. And then as you get into the Asheville area back towards Hickory, up into Boone, up into the Morganton area. There we go. We got the map up. That's a slight risk. And then we have from Charlotte to Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Raleigh under a marginal risk. And then as we get into the northeastern part of North Carolina, that threat actually shifts to Thursday because this is going to be a pretty slow moving front. So the severe weather ramp backs up in that area on Thursday. So we'll have to watch that. But if you live anywhere between, let's say, the Tennessee, North Carolina line to the Greensboro area, that's your kind of window tonight between 10 p.m. and around 4 a.m. is when we're going to see those storms. And there's a little bit of good news and bad news. We do have the ingredients available for severe weather. But there's also that's the bad news. But the good news is it doesn't seem like, at least the model data, is popping up a lot of showers and storms. It's going to be more isolated in nature. So some areas may not see severe weather at all in the Western Carolinas today, and some areas may. It's going to be really that garden variety of who sees a shower and thunderstorm and who doesn't. And so if any of those storms do get going, that's when we could see the threat for damage and winds, isolated tornadoes, some heavy rain, and even some hail. So, Jared, that's kind of like what's going on right now in South Carolina, where we've already had that severe weather ongoing. And in fact, down where you are in Charleston, you guys have a tornado watch that's in effect.
Yeah, we have a tornado watch down here in the Charleston area until 11 o'clock tonight. We have already had one tornado warning. We had what certainly seemed like to be a very astute wall cloud. We haven't heard any damage reports from this yet, but there was an excellent wall cloud. This photo comes to us from Chelsea Brown. I'm going to go ahead and share this out real quick. You can see. Turn this guy here, and you can see that was the wall cloud from the earlier thunderstorm in the Cane Bay area of Berkeley County, kind of near Monk's Corner, kind of in between Monk's Corner and Goose Creek. Slam dunk wall cloud. There may have been a funnel on the ground at some point too. However, the good news is that right now, I'm not seeing any reports of damage. And if there was damage in this area, I think one good thing is that we would hear about it. We'd hear a lot about it. And we just have not yet. So that is some positive news, at least right now. But we have a very active radar here, and we'll just kind of take it with the wide view here. And we have a couple areas that are of concern right now. One in western South Carolina. This is around McCormick and Parksville and Edgefield. We have some strong thunderstorms, strong to severe thunderstorms, capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and these are moving eastward. Through here. There is no severe weather watch up in the Midlands right now. I'm not sure if the one will be issued. Haven't seen any guidance on that. Scotty, if you can, I don't know if you've heard anything differently, but certainly the main issue right now is going to be along a sea breeze that has helped ignite some isolated thunderstorms, including that tornado warning cell that we saw earlier in Berkeley County. We still have the potential for some large hail and damaging winds now moving into Williamsburg County. So just south of King Street here, crossing the Berkeley County line. So that's something that we're going to want to watch closely. Still a lot of lightning around Lake Moultrie right now and Lake Marion. Definitely do not want to be on the lakes. We have additional severe thunderstorms capable of large hail and damaging winds around Walterboro, Hampton. Places that dealt with tornadic activity yesterday are getting another round this evening. So certainly not great. Certainly not what we want to hear by any stretch of the imagination. But that is the hand we have been dealt. It is spring, so this is the thing that we deal with during this time. Now, this is the first round. Again, as Scotty alluded to, this is the first round. We have a couple things going on. One, we have this cold front, and if I could just stop scrolling there, let me turn the satellite on too, because this does a really nice job of showing you where that front is. And here's your cold front right here. I'm kind of pointing it out there. It's coming through roughly Birmingham right now, Birmingham to Chattanooga to Knoxville. That you can see the very the low clouds showing up on the infrared back here. This is some very cool air moving in, and this is going to be another very cool weekend once this ultimately gets through. But the second thing we've got going on well ahead of this front is we have a new it's a mesoscale convective system, looks like, really starting to ramp up in central Georgia. And this is why the tornado watch is out for the low country, because this is expected to head eastward over the next few hours and into the overnight, and could tap into some instability in this neck of the woods. So again, watching this closely could develop another squall line, a smaller squall line than we saw yesterday, certainly, but it could still pack a punch. So again, that's why the tornado watch is out until 11. Advice remains the same. Power outages are going to be certainly possible, so we're going to want folks to to make sure that you're putting on your that you've got your weather radios turned on and in the alerting position. If you're going to bed at 11 o'clock, you want to make sure that if a severe thunderstorm comes through, that you have the ability to react quickly. We want you to keep your phones charged, keep your flashlight close. Just make sure that all of those things are set, and you're going to be just fine. So again, we're watching this. We're watching this very closely. And what we'll do is I'm going to set up the models real quick, and we'll set up the high res rapid refresh here, and we will go to the Futurecast. Kabow. All right. So here's Futurecast. This is about 8 o'clock tonight. Here you can see the model is resolving the initial line of showers and storms that's lifting north, kind of along a sea breeze, but also with some moisture advection pushing through. Here is the convective system out towards Macon here, and here is the cold front moving through Birmingham and Chattanooga. And I put the 10-meter winds on, so you can see the winds coming from the south ahead of the front, and the winds coming from the northwest behind the front. So this is 8 o'clock. We'll move ahead in time. Let's move to about 10 o'clock here. We should see thunderstorm activity begin to starting to line out here and maybe build up a little bit more in the Charleston Tri-County area, again, where the tornado watch is in effect. And this is going to head eastward over time as we get into the evening. We should see this cold front they'll cross into the Georgia and into the Carolinas. It looks like we have maybe a small low pressure system developing along the front, and this could help enhance some rain rates as time goes on. And we'll get to the rain rates in a minute, because we've been ignoring that there's a flash flood threat here too. That's a whole other can of worms that we're going to have to deal with. But as we move forward here, by about midnight or so, we should start to see some heavy thunderstorms push through the Charleston metro area. That complex will head offshore. We'll have some scattered storms, continue to move through. And then along with the cold front, probably tomorrow morning, I think we're going to be dealing with another round of thunderstorms to start the day in South Carolina. But as we get into the afternoon, so here's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, wait for all this to load, maybe still a few residual showers and storms, but that front will be coming through, and it will feel a lot better. I'll turn on the dew points here. You can see that dew point gradient here. This is it's very there's a lot of dry air that's going to be moving in, and again, as we get to 8 o'clock on Thursday, we really start to see this dry air begin to filter into the area. So it's going to make for a very nice weekend. There is going to be some northwest flow in the mountains, and we could see some snow in the mountains. above, I think it was above 3,000 feet last I saw. So that'll be something that we're going to want to watch closely. But again, Scotty, I think we've got, we certainly have our work cut out for us again tonight with this mesoscale convective system and these severe thunderstorms. And you're muted. It is not a Carolina Weather Group show without a Scotty Powell mute.
It's not a show without a mute. That's exactly right. Yeah, we got one more night, Jared, of some active weather. And then, as you said, over the weekend, it kind of calms down. So you were talking about that flood potential. We can pull up the excessive rainfall outlooks here. Let me get that.
Yeah.
Screen. You want me to get it? I got it pulled up, Jared, if you want me to grab it.
Yeah, take over. Yep, absolutely.
All right, so let's get this on screen here, and you can see this is the South Carolina outlay. As you can see, really from the Columbia area back towards the southern part of South Carolina, including Charleston, Hilton Head over to Augusta, even a little bit up into the upstate. You can see that slight risk, which is a level 2 for some flash flooding. The rest of South Carolina, except right along the border belt here, is under that marginal risk, a slight 1. All right, a level 1 for a marginal risk of some flash flooding. You can see that actually extends. I don't have the North Carolina map pulled up, but this is really depicting from Charlotte back over the foothills into the southwest mountains of North Carolina. That marginal threat for flash flooding tonight also exists. So not only are we dealing with that severe weather threat, but we are also dealing with the flash flood threat that could be ongoing. And Jared, I see you've got the rainfall totals pulled up here, and look at that bullseye just south of Macon.
Yeah, this is the 6 hour. This is the high res of the 6 hour rainfall estimate here. This is as of 10 o'clock tonight, and you'll see we'll move forward through time here. Pretty solid bullseye. The model is actually thinking that some spots could see 2 to 3 inches in 6 hours. We'll have to check on the HREF for that, but you can see overnight that we have some heavy downpours, certainly poised to look at Charleston. So again, if you're in one of these areas that that might flood a little bit, you might want to consider where you're going to put your car. I don't think that's a terrible idea. We'll going to bring into view here. James Briarden is driving home in Charlotte, and not much going on in Charlotte right now, but certainly later today we should see some. We should see some rain.
I know where that's at.
Kicking. Yeah, I know where that's at too. We're not going to say where that is, but I know exactly where that is. And so so James is headed home. Hopefully, he has a good drive home. We'll see if chances are good. We're probably just going to run into some traffic here because the weather is still okay in Charlotte for the moment. But again, this we're going to see a good bit of rain come through. Some places that got a lot of rain yesterday. We had 1 to 2 inches in spots yesterday here in the low country. Much needed rain. We don't want it all at the same time. And we certainly don't want it with tornadoes or hail or anything like that. But beggars can't be choosers when it comes to a drought.
Jared, I was going to say, just across the border in Lincoln County, Georgia, that's just across the border from McCormick County in South Carolina. There's actually some flash flooding ongoing. Several roads flooded and closed in that county from some of the heavier rain there.
Yep, there's your warning here, your flash flood warning in the green outline. I mean, we definitely have some very torrential downpours with these, and if we look at the 12-hour rainfall, actually, I think this can actually give us a pretty good idea. Some of this may be hail contaminated in some spots, but again, some spots over the last 12 hours may have already received another 2 inch or 2 of rain. There's some. You can see the bullseye here, 3 to 4 inches of rain. I'll go to the 1 hour QPE, and again, we've already had a lot of rain here. There's just more rain falling here is causing more problems, and so again, it's kind of amazing how fast we go from flash flood to drought and back again. But that's the way we do it. So. I'm going to take the radar again real quick here. Just wanted to update you on some of the warnings here. The warnings in the Tri-County area appear to be, the Charleston Tri-County area, that is, appear to be we're good on warnings for now. We still have some heavy rains, certainly some strong thunderstorms in Berkeley County. Those are going to continue to lift northward. The only warning in the Charleston CWFA at this point is this severe thunderstorm warning. I take that back. We have a small sliver of Dorchester County still in this warning. strong thunderstorms approaching Smokes and maybe St. George. Although St. George, you are not in this warning right now. We'll just kind of back that up and see the general motion there. Although, yeah, I mean, you can make a case that maybe, depending on if this re-strengthens, you could probably make a case for maybe extending that warning downstream, but they've chosen to let that expire. The other warning that we've got right now is in Williamsburg County, south of King Street, Greeleyville Lane, places that, again, took pretty hard hits last night, getting pretty good rainfall right now. Again, if we look at the 1 hour QPE, we're going to start to see a pretty quick, almost inch of rain in spots in the heaviest downpours. So again, turn around, don't drown. I think it's really good advice if you run into any flooded roads. So, Scotty, we got some questions in chat. You want to get to those?
Yeah, we can do that. Let's pull those up right now. And
all right. So yeah, we'll start with meme. Hello from Lexington, North Carolina. How is my weather looking as far as tornadoes?
So Lexington, that's I can't remember, Jerry. Is that included in the tornado watch, or is it just south of Lexington?
Take a look. He's about 30 minutes from Greensboro. So he's in Greensboro.
Okay, Greensboro. Never mind then. I saw Lexington and
it's North Carolina.
Carolina. Yeah, Lexington, North Carolina. You are good. No tornado watch there. We'll watch those storms tonight. They're along Interstate 85. We could see one or two storms that could develop and could pack a punch. So again, if you're in North Carolina, it's not going to be widespread like we saw this afternoon in South Carolina, but one or two of those storms could develop and could be strong to severe. So, we'll play it and play it by ear. And as these move in, unfortunately, it's going to be around midnight and afterwards. So a lot of folks will be asleep. So just have a way to get an alert, your weather radio. If you have notifications on your phone turned up, just have multiple ways to receive those alerts if something was to be issued. So again, you can see Jared's got the future cast on and it's showing one little cell there right over close to Lexington. So and that's basically, I'm glad you've got that up, Jared, because that's what we're going to see. They're going to be scattered. It's not going to be widespread like we see, like we saw in South Carolina last night and what we've been seeing this afternoon down in Low Country. So we'll keep an eye on Lexington and everyone up in the Piedmont Triad area and monitor the latest. But again, we could see a scattered storm or two that could be strong or severe later on tonight.
Yep. Very, very good. And Kathleen Saunders asking about James Island. It's dry so far. If I can get this to show up, it's my restream is it's a little slow tonight. That's interesting. As James handles Charlotte traffic, James Island is dry so far. I assume that won't last much longer. Actually, honestly, I think that we may be dry there for the foreseeable future. We'll go to the high res radar. Actually, I think this is going to give us a little bit of look here as far as what we're looking at. And I'm going to zoom in here a little bit, and you can see we maybe have some debris blow off, a few showers moving into downtown, but really the core of the thunderstorms has moved inland with the sea breeze, and so you're probably going to be dry. You may be dry for the rest of the evening. And again, what we're going to be watching for is this convective complex here that's coming out of Georgia. That is going to probably be the source of your rain later tonight. So we'll keep an eye on that right now. We'll see if anything redevelops in the meantime. But so far, so good in James Island.
Looks like
Monroe.
Severe thunderstorm warning coming out for the Columbia area.
Okay.
So all right. Keep an eye on that.
Yep.
Monroe, North Carolina. That, again, we're going to be watching that area in the Piedmont. Any storm threat would be after midnight tonight. So as we get into the wee hours of the morning, we start to lose a little bit of that instability. But there's enough there that if we get a storm up and going, we could see it become pretty strong to severe. Monroe is under that marginal risk for severe weather, so level 1. So again, that means more isolated in coverage. But one or two of those storms, if they get going over Union County, could be strong, maybe severe. So don't be surprised if you're asleep tonight and you're has some thunder to wake you up, or hear some wind, or even see some lightning and some heavy rain. So don't be shocked if you wake up to a storm overnight in Monroe.
Cool. So Aiken.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Aiken, you
I mean, you're in it to
are.
win it right now. I mean,
Yeah.
let's go regional. And yeah, I mean, you're pretty close to being in it to win it here. There's Aiken, and there's just you. You're actually in a severe thunderstorm right now. Severe thunderstorm warning right now in Aiken. The main core of the storm is north. It's in Edgefield, and you get a lot of lightning with this too, as well. But you do have some storms moving through, and you are not under the tornado watch. You're not under any watches there, but I would not rule out a shower or thunderstorm. And you could still be put under a watch tonight. I mean, that's the one kind of thing that I would, that could still happen depending on what this complex coming out of Georgia ends up doing. So definitely storms, heavy rain, maybe some gusty, damaging winds. Not expecting a major tornado threat there right now. So Mount Pleasant, we got a question about Mount Pleasant. No rain so far, just a little thunder. The rain will come soon. Again, this is kind of the same situation for Mount Pleasant as it is for James Island. It's going to be a little bit later before you see that really substantial rain come through. We're seeing a little bit of anvil blow off again, and you may see some sprinkles over the next little while, some light rainfall. But again, it is this complex to the west that we're going to watch very closely for places like Charleston, Mount Pleasant. Again, the tornado risk, you are under a tornado watch in Mount Pleasant. You're going to be under that watch until 11. The thinking is that the threat for tornadoes is going to decrease after that, but we'll see. We're going to watch trends. We're going to see how things go. The atmosphere remains pretty unstable at the moment, so we are definitely cognizant of that. As we, I'm just taking a look at the meso analysis over here real quick, and we still have a good bit of mixed layer cape. So there you go. Cowboy Gangster wants to know, is South Carolina going to be storming all night? And I think that's a reasonable. I would say that's a reasonable probability. I think that's a reasonable chance there that you're going to have storms all over South Carolina. Sumter, I think you're going to. I think you're going to see some showers and thunderstorms, certainly in very short order, honestly. These are lifting north. You've already had one north of you. If they don't go severe, there's still strong wind gusts and heavy rainfall and maybe some hail too. Again, we have enough instability here where the hail threat is going to be a little bit higher than it was yesterday. And in Goose Creek, how are we looking going forward? Again, you're under that tornado watch in Goose Creek until 11. We have showers and thunderstorms. A lot of this stuff is moving north of Goose Creek now, but it looks like the boundary, there's still maybe a boundary here, and we are seeing a few things fire off. And as we talk about this, a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued by the National Weather Service in Charleston for St. George. So again, this thunderstorm coming out of Smokes, the Weather Service has reissued the severe thunderstorm warning for St. George. Main concerns, 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail, generally the size of pennies or nickels, not quite quarter size, but that's I can't rule that out either. So certainly something that we're going to want to watch in those areas. And then Greenville, North Carolina.
Yeah, so Greenville, actually, your threat is going to be tomorrow on Thursday. That cold front moves across the Carolinas early tomorrow morning. And once it moves into eastern North Carolina tomorrow afternoon, we should see some heating of the day, some instability build. So if I'm not mistaken, Greenville is under a slight risk for Thursday. That would be a level 2 of 5. And Jared's got the future cast going on there. And you can see this is, I'm not sure the time frame, but you can see that 6 o'clock. So this storm's starting to bubble up there in eastern North Carolina as that front pushes through the state of North Carolina. So be mindful of that. You should be able to sleep fine tonight. It's really tomorrow that we'll be watching eastern North Carolina for any potential severe weather.
Yep. Absolutely. So, all right. So I think we're good there. Thank you all for your questions, and continue to ask those questions in the chat this evening. We're monitoring on the Carolina Weather Group Facebook page, on YouTube. Tweet us. We'll get to those. We have a little rail here in our streaming software that shows us exactly what we're looking at here, so we can respond across a couple platforms. But again, we will try to get to your questions as quickly as possible as we go. So again, we're kind of zooming out, kind of looking at the big picture here. Cold front coming through Tennessee and Alabama right now. This is going to drive a thunderstorm threat tonight in North Carolina, and tomorrow evening a severe threat in eastern North Carolina. We have a thunderstorm complex that is in Georgia that is going to kind of reinforce that severe threat in South Carolina. Tornado watch is out until 11 o'clock for a good bit of South Carolina, including the Charleston metro area, Beaufort, unfortunately, Hampton, Allendale, places that were hit yesterday, back under a tornado watch again today. We could see watches at some point maybe extend up. We'll see how that ends up playing out. Depends on the positioning of this. You may be on the north side of this in the Columbia area, but again, you're in that slight risk. So definitely want folks to be watching that closely. As we go, we do have a few active severe thunderstorm warnings right now, primarily for wind damage. Hail is a concern. We do have a lot of instability here. The Charleston 20Z sounding, they did a special weather balloon release, and that thing was popping, man. That thing had the instability. The Cape was in 2,500, 3,000 range. The lapse rates were like 8.2 Celsius per kilometer. I mean, that's a drop of 8.2 degrees Celsius per kilometer going up. That is a very steep lapse rate. That is very unstable. So certainly things that we're watching closely for the next little while. But again, as we lose that heating of the day, we're going to lose some of the instability too as time goes on. But we're going to watch this. There's a lot here to watch over the next few hours here. Yeah. Good news is no active tornado warnings right now.
That's right. And so our plan tonight is we're going to be on live tonight at 9 o'clock, kind of doing a Let's Talk Carolina weather / maybe severe weather coverage. Depends on what's going on there. We will be able to tell you a few of the storm surveys, some of the results of those that have been conducted today. Just seen the National Weather Service in Columbia there verify an EF2 tornado from one of the storms yesterday there in Lexington County and Aiken County, South Carolina. So I know there was 2 surveys done up in Horry County and Marion County, where both counties were hit by a tornado last night. So we'll go over some of those preliminary weather surveys, tornado surveys, and kind of give you a gist of that. But, with what's going on today, a lot of those surveys have been canceled or postponed to later on this week because of the severe weather that is impending tonight. So we'll update you on what the Weather Service has found out so far, but keep your eye on that. It looks like the clouds have come in there in Charlotte. I'm actually looking outside here in Morganton. We still got some sunshine, but from James's view there, it looks like it's pretty cloudy there in Charlotte.
Yeah, James is not going to be able to get an audio feed to us, but what I can say on behalf of James is that the cloud shield from that convective system is starting to work its way north into the Charlotte area. So you're starting to see some of those high clouds filter in, as well as some of the lower clouds as the boundary continues to move northward. So keeping an eye on that. And again, please send us your severe weather reports. We love them. They're very helpful. We definitely want everybody who can to do so safely. We'd be very happy to get those. And the other thing too is that we want to, we'll get those reports out to the National Weather Service in Charleston as well, or your National Weather Service wherever you are. I will get them to the Charleston, and we will get them in other places. So, with that being said, Scotty, I think we'll go ahead and we'll call it a stream for now. Again, we will be back at 9 o'clock this evening for the regular edition of the Carolina Weather Group as we continue to cover severe storms. Now, if something pops up, we'll be back sooner. So there's all of that. So what we'll do, I think we're going to go back to our smooth jazz, lo-fi weather radar extravaganza for a little bit. I think that sounds like a lot of fun. So we'll switch over to that, and for now, Jared here in Charleston, Scotty here in Morganton. We will see you all again at 9 o'clock this evening for the regularly scheduled Carolina Weather Group, unless the weather hits the fan, and then we'll be back here. So everybody take care. We'll talk to you soon.
I Scottied that one. All right, let's try that again. Oh my goodness.
I'm glad it was somebody else.
Yeah. Hey man, it's been a day around here. Jared Smith here with the Carolina Weather Group, coming to you live from Charleston. We got Scotty Powell in Morganton, James Brierton in Charlotte, and Frank Strait in Columbia on another day of severe weather across much of South Carolina. North Carolina, you're still kind of getting around it, but I don't know how long that's going to last.
It reminds me very much of where we were 2 weeks ago, Scotty.
Yeah, watching that line of storms move in, we've got our first severe thunderstorm warning for western North Carolina up in the mountains of
there we go.
North Carolina. So that front moving into eastern Tennessee into the western part of North Carolina. So Madison and Yancey County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. So we'll talk more about that. But it looks like you guys have some action going on down in Charleston, where we left you about 2 hours ago. You still not got rid of those storms yet, Jared?
No, certainly not. And it looks like there's a so this is actually kind of cool. I always love this stuff. It looks like there's a boundary set up between roughly Somerville and Hanahan. I'm gonna switch over to let me get that connected. Yeah, we've been just messing around all night. It's been a very busy night over here on the desk, and so we have much of the Tri-County area under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The newest warning just was issued, includes downtown Charleston, Hanahan, Ondaw, McClellanville, Mount Pleasant, for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and hail. We've had several reports of hail. There was also a funnel cloud you may have heard about in Berkeley County earlier that we were covering. That has not been confirmed as a touchdown. We've not heard any damage reports from that, which is excellent news. That's pretty much the last thing that we want to hear after yesterday in particular. But it's
we had enough of that yesterday, didn't we?
yeah. I'm very over it, to put it mildly. But right now, I mean, I'm getting tweets right now about reports of hail in Oak Brook, in the Somerville area, and you can see these thunderstorms. As I put the radar into motion, you can see how they really just flaring up now. Still a very unstable sounding this evening. So happy that Charleston is helium again, because now we're getting routine soundings again from the airport there, and it was still very unstable as of the 0Z 8 p.m. sounding. So so we very much are still in the thick of it. And again, this is a gigantic mess going on just all over the Charleston Tri-County area right now. A lot of lightning, a lot of rain, definitely pouring quite a bit. And it looks like it looks like I got the warning coming through on my radio as well. That one's in silent mode. We only do the the loud stuff for tornadoes, but certainly it's been a busy day across the area. That is 100% for sure.
And we're in this April pattern where it really does feel like Groundhog's Day over and over again. We had severe weather last night, and we have this threat again here on Wednesday, April the 6th, 2022. And Jared just brought up a really good point. He's got his weather radio there, and it's on silent right now for a severe thunderstorm warning. That's acceptable, I suppose. But I'm sure, as we've seen just yesterday, he has his weather radio on audible alerts for tornado warnings. And because tonight's thread is going to continue through the rest of tonight, this Wednesday evening, through the overnight and early Thursday morning hours, it's important that when you go to bed tonight throughout the Carolinas, you have some way to be woken up in the middle of the night if a severe thunderstorm, severe weather, tornado warning alert is issued for your area, so you can get out of bed and get to your safe place. So I will be going to bed tonight, as I do most nights, with a weather radio tuned to Mecklenburg County, tuned to tornado warnings. And so I know that I'm only going to get woken up for life-threatening situations. And to put a bow on all of this, it is hashtag Safe Place Selfie Day. So as we are sitting here at the top of this 9 o'clock hour, waiting to see what the weather is going to do, we invite you to take to social media, tag us, but most importantly, use that hashtag Safe Place Selfie and show us what your safe place is at work, at home, at school. And I think we'll be sharing some of our own photos coming up, as there's no more pressing time than now to think about where you would go in the case of severe weather. If you don't have a place, find that lowest level, most interior place with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And get creative if you have to. If you're in a third floor apartment, maybe it's the bathtub. Maybe that's as interior as you can get, even though maybe you're on the third floor. Not every situation will be checking all the boxes, but guys, I think the idea is just to check as many of those boxes as you can when you try to identify what your area is going to be inside your area.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
It seems like we were talking last night, I believe. Last night's event reminiscent of April 2020. And somebody asked me today, is like, why is it always pick up around this time? And it seems like for us, here recently, we try not to schedule even interviews for our show in the month of April, just because we know of the potential of severe weather. And it's just, April is one of those transition months where we can see swings in the temperatures. And when we see that, we see the threat for severe weather that moves through the area. So that's just the time we are. From now through the month of May, we're going to be dealing with these severe weather events. And looking long term, looks like next week will be no different, as there'll be another severe weather threat too. So
you brought up our interviews, and if I may, that's right. And if I may, we do have a couple interviews that we have recorded, edited, are ready to air, but we keep having to preempt them to bring you coverage tonight. So shout out to Carlton, who just today became a supporter of the Carolina Weather Group on Patreon. For $4 a month, he is supporting this show, supporting our severe weather coverage, but also getting early access to those interviews before they debut anywhere else. So he currently has access to 2 episodes. There'll be 2 more episodes that before week's end will be available to you at patreon.com/Carolina Weather Group. You get some extras. We get to buy, I don't know, good sounding microphones so you can actually hear us at home, and little trinkets like that. But I know we appreciate it very much, and I don't think this is a secret, but we do this out of a passion and a love for the appreciation of the weather and for you. But no one here is getting paid, so every few bucks you guys can help us out with helps us break even and bring this severe weather coverage to you.
Yeah, and talking of severe weather, nothing severe going on right now, but activity is starting to pick up. Along the mountains of North Carolina, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in portions of Yancey and Madison County. Also looking at radar out of Greenville, Spartanburg, of some cells popping up in the upstate in the mountains of Greenville County, northern Spartanburg County, another one. So I'm sure probably if we have one of those weather stem cameras, we might see some lightning.
I can take a hint.
Yeah, we might see some lightning from one of our weather stem cameras up there in the upstate. And then, Jared, speaking of warnings, you guys still dealing with a couple. I'll get to you in just a second. I do want to mention that Lumberton also under severe thunderstorm warning. We'll watch that. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:45. But, Jared, you guys have been hammered today with severe weather, severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing, and a tornado watch as well.
Yeah, we're under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. I wanted to bring back for you guys real quick. We got some new folks joining the broadcast this evening who may not have seen this yet, but this is a photo from Chelsea Brown earlier today. This is quite a photo of a wall cloud that was seen with the tornado warning. It just an incredible photo. I mean, right down to the lightning strike there. Just an incredible look at this wall cloud that scraped basically down around Cane Bay near Monk's Corner in Berkeley County, South Carolina.
This photo stopped me in my tracks when you guys put this on the air earlier.
Yeah, this is, I mean, she nailed it. She just absolutely nailed it. It was kind of funny.
Lightning strike is incredible.
It's so funny. She sent it to me in a direct message and just all caps Cane Bay. And it's like, oh my God. And so she knew she had something here. And this is really just an incredible shot of this storm. Now, there was also video of possible I've seen a couple of videos now, possible funnel clouds from this storm, but there has been no indication of any damage, and there's been no indication that anything touched down. So we'll see. So we'll see what that does. But in the interim, that was certainly a very busy time, and we'll take my radar here, and I want to jump back into the corner here, and you can see. I mean, we've got 3 warnings here. in the Charleston Tri-County area. This is just a gigantic, disorganized, multicellular mess over here. I mean, I think that's the best.
I about spit out my drink when you said that. That reminds me of like some kind of hard rock group or something.
A gigantic multicellular mess. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be my cover band, I think, at some point. When I retire from weather, that's going to be what I'm going to do. Play the saxophone or something. But anyway, the Weather Channel jazz. But yeah, you can see just the velocities are very chaotic here, and just a huge, massive, heavy thunderstorms here. And the other thing too, y'all, is that we're now starting to deal with flooding concerns, especially in Berkeley County. I'm going to pull on let me do that, and then I'm going to do that. And I mean, look at the rainfall over the last 12 hours estimated here, about 3 to 4 inches now across Monk's Corner. They have been getting pretty hammered, and not in the fun way, from Ridgeville up to Alvin, cutting through just south of Bono here, 3 to 4 inches. And incidentally, this is where the tornado warning came through as well. A lot of this area. So less of it down towards downtown. Very little rain has fallen downtown comparatively, and that's good, because we get this kind of rain down here, we all know what happens. So kind of happy that hasn't taken place. But this is over the last 12 hours. And again, just over the last hour, we still see the heaviest rain in this corridor in Berkeley County from Monk's Corner up to Jamestown. And this is certainly where we're starting to see some of that rain finally taper off. But again, we are starting to see some of that really heavy downpours now redeveloping into Hugie, Wando, just north of Daniel Island, parts of Goose Creek Naval Weapons Station here. So still very busy down in that neck of the woods. Meanwhile, the other thing the reason why we have the tornado watch, I think, is, this is the other thing too that I want to kind of call out here. We have this tornado watch for this organized line of thunderstorms that is continuing to push through. It is pushing into Georgia. And what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to take a little higher resolution look at it, because this thing is actually rather impressive. We'll join the analyst in motion here, and you can see there's a little swirl there, a little mesoscale convective vortex around Millen, Georgia right now. And this had tornado warnings on it earlier. Those have since been allowed to expire, but this whole complex is headed eastward, and this is going to continues to come into southeast Georgia. We have severe thunderstorm warnings up ahead of it. This is going to get into southern South Carolina, could head into the Charleston metro area as well. So certainly a busy night of weather down in our neck of the woods, and for some places that don't need it. I mean, some places that are still very much in recovery mode from yesterday, from the tornado outbreak that we had yesterday. So certainly very busy times in this neck of the woods.
I will say the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg has updated that severe thunderstorm warning in Yancey and Madison County to a considerable tag, with some wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour moving into the mountains there as well. So we'll watch that as it moves into the higher elevations with these storms. Got some report here in Summerville, South Carolina, of some heavy rain with some hail.
And thank you, Miss Wings, for your report on YouTube. And if you wouldn't mind actually chiming back in to say, if you know a size of that hail, that'd be greatly appreciated. I can get that report off to the Weather Service. We've had several reports of pea-size hail in the last 30 minutes or so in parts of Summerville. And so we have been kind of trying to relay those as best as possible. We had some golf ball size hail with that tornado warned supercell earlier in Berkeley County. The same one that produced the wall cloud also produced golf ball size hail. So we've had a whole smorgasbord of hazards today across the area, and we'll be very interested to know what kind of size you're seeing. As we're talking right now, one of the warnings has been allowed to expire, or has been canceled rather, and this one is basically for much of Dorchester County, so places like Somerville, Ladson. The severe weather threat for now, the immediate severe weather threat has ended for your area, with much of that now moving eastward across I-26 into Monk's Corner, to Cainhoy, to Wando, and Hugie and Points East. So mostly pea-size hail being reported, and thank you all very much for your reports this evening. They've been very helpful. We had somebody chime in with a report of on Facebook of a nickel to quarter size hail, and it actually made a big difference. They were able to issue an update to the warning that upgraded the hail to 1 inch. So those are the kinds of things. Your reports have a direct impact on the warning process. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. And Miss Wing's reporting their pea-sized hail in her area, so I appreciate that. And we got another report of some hail in the Cane Bay area, all about pea-size as well. So.
Cane Bay has had quite a relationship with weather today. I'll just put it.
James, you'll be impressed. I've learned how to put comments up on the screen. I know you'll be happy about
Patty
that.
Powell, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Now let's see if he can go the rest of the night with remembering how to mute
No,
himself.
I'll toss it back to you. You go ahead.
I stepped away for just a moment, and I will tell you, I walked past a window. The warmth and the moisture in the air here in Charlotte right now at 9:17 is striking. 70 degrees in Charlotte right now. The fuel is there.
We're at 72 with a dew point of 65.
Wow.
Here in the foothills. So it is.
Frank's got the meso analysis up. I'd be very curious to see what Frank's got cooking here. This goes right into the environmental discussion that we've had.
Yes, indeed. What I'm looking at here is the significant tornado parameter using the lowest 500 meters storm relative helicity for the calculation. And this is interesting to use because it takes into account the shear in the lowest 1,600 or so feet of the atmosphere. And it's been shown through research that having adequate shear in those in that very bottom layer of the atmosphere is critical for tornado production. So that's why this was not long ago, a year or so now, maybe two now, added to the SPC mesoanalysis. And this is interesting because that's peaking at around 2 along the lower Savannah River there, along the Georgia, South Carolina line. So this squall line that's moving into that environment does have a good bit of shear to work with. Again, we'll look at another parameter. Just looking at the shear, the storm relative helicity in that same lowest level there. And it's around 100 square meters per square second in that area. So that's adequate for tornado production. The question is, can we actually take advantage of that shear as the line moves into that area? Let me get rid of that. I'll come back to that in a minute. That's in Tennessee. With that warning we're looking at there. We'll come back here and look at the Charleston radar again with that line as it approaches. Storm relative motion does hint at some areas where you might be trying to see some rotation try to get going there. There's one there just south of Millen. That's that bookend vortex that Jared was talking about a minute ago. But farther south near Statesboro might be a rotation trying to go. Another one down here near Claxton in Georgia. So the tornado threat, the bottom line, tornado threat is not zero. Even though we have a bona fide squall line and one that's trucking east at a pretty good clip there. It's doing 55 miles an hour to the east. So it is going to come upon you fast there in the low country once it goes across the Savannah River. And any discrete cells, we don't really have any in Beaufort, Jasper, Hampton, or Colleton counties right now. A few there in Colleton, but they're not terribly robust like we're seeing in the immediate Charleston area right now. But there's enough shear in this area. We do have to watch out for things trying to spin up in that area. So that's my concern here in the low country right now. I did mention that we have something to look at over with that cell that's moving through western North Carolina. If I can find, again, one of these situations, I got so many windows open, it's hard to keep up with. But there it is, Morristown radar, which has a better view than the GSP radar does of this cell that's coming across Madison County and eventually into Yancey County. Now, right now, the worst of it's going back into Tennessee and southern Unicoi County there. I want to show the velocity. It actually was a little more impressive a minute ago. I got some 45 to 50 knot ones there coming into Rocky Fork, Tennessee. Again, worst of it going through southern Unicoi County. Is it one of these situations where it's straddling the boundary between county warning areas here? So Unicoi County, Tennessee is under a severe thunderstorm warning for this too. And then farther south, GSP has this warning out for Yancey and Madison counties. But again, this is for a bowing structure, which shows up pretty well in the reflectivity. The southern edge of that affecting Madison County with some potential damaging winds. The worst of it, again, going through southern Unicoi County, Tennessee, but affecting I-26. So if you're heading north over the through the gap there, over the divide and into Tennessee, you're going to hit some bad stuff there, and there's no good place to pull off. I've been through there a few times, so I can tell you, not a good spot to have to stop, because there's not really a good spot to stop in that area. But again, this will eventually go through that little nook of Tennessee there and into Yancey County. I don't see any reason for it to fall apart. So we'll be on the lookout for some of those damaging winds moving through the Bald Creek area and points north there in Yancey County, guys.
We have a couple comments coming in. Thank you for that update, Frank, as we continue to look at what's happening right now. And Jared Smith is queuing up our HRR, our model run, to help Cowboy here and Mac and Cheese understand what we can expect for tomorrow, but also for tonight. And let's go over to Jared. I don't think that Tornado Watch. Well, Peachtree City just said they're not extending anything in Georgia. I don't know. What are your thoughts in the near term here for the foothills?
I read actually DSP, someone asked that in the DSP chat, and as of right now, the lack of severe warnings, I know we have this one, but the lack of severe warnings made the GSP office seem like there would not be an extension. Yeah. But we'll see how it unfolds as it moves off the mountains into the foothills. So I'm not sure if we'll have a watch or not, but nonetheless, you still need to be on guard for the potential some severe storms tonight.
Yeah, Jared, can you outline that timing for us tonight through tomorrow?
Yes, absolutely. So here we are. This is the 23Z run. We're getting a new run in right now, the longer run, but that is I've only got about 9 hours of it. So we're going to show the 23Z run so we can show you into tomorrow afternoon. And then as we get that 0Z run, we might revisit that before the show's over. But here we are. It's now 9 o'clock, a little past 9 o'clock. This is as the model believes it will be at 9 o'clock. Very much underdoing. I will say that is very, very, very underdoing the thunderstorms in the Charleston metro at the moment. It had those a little bit further north, but decidedly not really getting that too much. And honestly, I mean, I got to tell you, I'm not terribly impressed with this initialization, truth be told. But because the line, the storm line is also kind of outrunning the model projection here a little bit. But we'll use this as a general guide. You see, we would have some showers and storms coming in. It's 10 o'clock. Here's midnight here. Expecting that what remains of that echo, that bow echo that's moving through there, that convective system, to be entering the Charleston metro area, maybe with a little bit of a mesolow, maybe trying to be resolved here. But again, the high res is not. He's not doing great right now at this, and so we're going to have to just keep messing with that. But as we move through time, you're going to see some cells overnight. This is 2 a.m., 3, 4, 5 a.m. We do expect to see some showers and thunderstorms across much of the Carolinas heading into 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m. So going through the commute tomorrow, some places may be seeing some isolated showers and thunderstorms as the cold front comes through. And as we go into, this is noon tomorrow, we still may have some showers and storms right along the front, maybe a little bit of a low pressure system trying to get going in the northern North Carolina, maybe some stronger storms closer south, maybe getting a few more showers squeezed out by the forcing from the front. But at that point, the overall trend in South Carolina is going to be towards less rain. We're going to still see some showers and storms, looks like, along the rest of the front near the low pressure there. I'll show you what kind of temperatures we're going to have coming in, though, because actually let's look at dew points, because that's going to really tell the story here. This is 1 o'clock tomorrow, and you can see very clearly where that front is. Here's your dry air. Here's your very warm and moist air that we've been sitting in for a few days. And I think we're all going to look forward to some drier air punching in for the weekend. It should make for a really nice weekend. But until then, we're going to have some, we're going to have some showers and storms and some mugginess and some fogged windows to deal with.
Well,
9:26.
Jared, caution on saying how nice the weekend's going to be, because it looks though Sunday morning in Western Carolinas, upstate South Carolina, Western North Carolina, it's going to get below freezing.
There is some northwest flow also, so I
Yeah.
do neglect to mention that, and there's going to be some northwest flow snow possibly, and yes, Frank, you are absolutely right that freezing temperatures is certainly going to be a concern, and of course, we're getting into April here, and we're still having to worry about planning, so that's not a great place to be at this point.
Yeah, we keep having to move a lot of my wife's plants indoors. She has them in planters, she has them in buckets, and we bring them inside during those cold snaps. Maybe this is the last one. Maybe. We'll see. A couple of storm reports coming in from across the region. This one from the Georgia side, but just across the way from South Carolina in Lincoln County earlier tonight about 7:15. Flash flooding there. The emergency manager reports multiple roads were flooded in southwestern Lincoln County. There was even some damage associated with that flash flooding, and a couple of roads were confirmed to have washed out. I don't know what type of roads those were, whether those were pavement. I have a friend who lives in that area, and he actually lives down a dirt road, so that wouldn't take necessarily much to wash out. But we do have a couple storm reports coming in, one from McCormick County now. This one timestamped about 6:42 this evening. McCormick County call center reported trees down near Plum Branch, and I think you guys were on the air covering some of those thunderstorms that were moving through that broad area around that time. I know you guys were talking about Aiken County earlier on our drive home. Leslie, thanks so much for the subscription here to the Carolina Weather Group on YouTube. We appreciate your support, and thank you so much for following us. We are continuing to track now as we come up in the 9:30 hour, some severe weather ongoing and the threat of through the overnight hours here in the Carolinas, including the continuation of a severe thunderstorm warning that goes for Madison and Yancey counties in North Carolina until 9:45 tonight. We'll go ahead and pop radar back up here on the screen. You can see it here as the cold front has a line of storms out ahead of it. And we're watching that now kind of crossing over from the Tennessee side of things, coming into the North Carolina mountains. And we're watching for the potential that some of these storms could have damaging winds associated with them. That's the threat we have here as we continue to look for the next 15 minutes, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. This will be for Swiss, Wolf Ridge, some of those locations included inside this warning. But as our team has been alluding to, there are other spots throughout the area that we are watching and monitoring for, and not too much longer, guys. I think our Boone camera will have a nice view of this thunderstorm currently over Hampton that is moving off to the east. We'll watch for some of that. But again, we have two fronts. This is a two-front war tonight. We have down here across the hard-hitting area of southern Georgia and southern portions of South Carolina. And then we're also watching those western North Carolina mountains. Let's go ahead here, Jared, and I'm going to pop up our Charleston camera, see if we've got it pointed in the right direction, because I mean that's a lot of lightning.
Yeah, that's a lot of lightning, and I think if you look at ETV is not going to do it, but if you look at CFC, that is going to be that'll be pointed in the right direction there, and I suspect that we're going to have see quite a bit of lightning there. Real quick, but while you're pulling that up, I want to. Abby Faye is asking on YouTube. I got to drive to Charleston Airport from Mount Pleasant around 10:30 to 11:30. Will it be safe? Absolutely. You're going to be just fine. Maybe running into some showers, but nothing too intense. Tonight is the last of the severe weather in the Charleston metro area. Thank goodness. I'm going to need to double down on the honey and tea over the next couple days with as much as we've had to be on air.
There's three ways to support the Carolina Weather Group: Patreon, YouTube, and just buying Jared coffee.
Yeah, that helps too. So here's there it is. There's your lightning. Here's the College of Charleston webcam looking northeast towards the Ravenel Bridge from 81 St. Philip Street, my old stomping grounds, where I had my first big boy job at the Bell South building. Doing the web and help desks, so to give you a general idea of what life was like when I had a hair. But the you can see the lightning is pretty frequent out there. I mean, it's looking pretty good. You can see the tops of the Ravenel Bridge there, all well lit up. Downtown's actually looking pretty good. Rain is generally out of there for at least now. We're starting to see some additional showers and storms pop up ahead of the main line there, but this is looking okay so far, guys. And again, it's going to probably go downhill. Last night, you may have seen the video where we had it bouncing up and down. I mean, this thing got taken for a ride last night. So it's
last night was incredible. Do you want to see it again?
Yeah, let's show these folks again. I mean, just to give you a general idea of what we were dealing with last night. I actually got some photos from a friend of mine a little while ago showing some damage at the marina too. I'm going to see if I can't grab those off of the gram. But yeah,
here's last night.
Yeah, here's last night. This is yeah. You know how you can see the Ravenel Bridge in the shot we just showed you? It's still there. You just can't see it. The rain was so heavy, and you can see that bouncing around quite a bit.
Yeah, this was so dark, so foggy, so much lightning last night as we were dealing with a line of storms. And we'll take you back out live now. And this is that same shot. Yeah, there's the bridge. We're still getting the lightning off to the north. And we'll keep a close eye on this. Frank, I think we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, indeed, we do, James. And it's along this. Yeah, you're James. I know we have a James and a Jared. The J's can get mixed up. Anyway, severe thunderstorm warning now for most of Allendale, a large part of Hampton, a good bit of Jasper counties, and areas across the Savannah River in Georgia as well. That's going to be in effect until 10:15. That's from that line of thunderstorms we've seen approaching from the west through Georgia for a while. No tornado possible tag in this one, but we will have to keep an eye on the spinning area moving through northern Screven County, Georgia right now, coming out of the Millen area in Georgia. So that will move across the Savannah River into Hampton and Allendale County. That'll be an area to watch. But the primary threat here is for damaging straight line winds, which could be 60 miles an hour, lesser threat for some hail as well. And of course, the usual blinding downpours, lots of lightning, and generally unpleasant conditions to be outside or driving. So exercise great caution if you have to do any of those activities, but it's best to stay indoors when you have severe thunderstorms moving through your area.
I can't help but point out, of course, that Allendale was the same area that was hit very hard yesterday by tornadoes and severe weather. And we often talk about on this show the anxiety that can come with storms. And I would have to imagine this is how I would feel if I was, in this scenario 2 days in a row, that here comes yet another line of thunderstorms. We don't have any indication that there's anything tornadic with this line, knock on wood, but we'll keep a close eye on it as that threat continues here for the next little bit. A comment in from Jennifer, who's watching on Facebook. She's in Summerville, South Carolina. Not too bad there currently. She describes it as nice sleeping weather, and I think that's the best case scenario. If you do like the sound of rain or that distant thunder, we do certainly have that in mind. I will say, as you prepare to head off to bed tonight, and this goes for everybody, keep that NOAA weather radio nearby, just in case it does need to wake you up in the middle of the night. You'll have the option to be alerted to any sort of threats during the middle of the night. Hopefully you don't need it, and then it's just there. I love the weather radios of today, because you can give it a county and you can give it what alerts you want, and so you can just say, only give me tornado warnings in Mecklenburg County. And then it's not waking me up for every county, for every alert. It's not the weather radios of 25 years ago.
I have one of those.
Do you?
Yeah. Sitting right over here, although I think the bands have changed since then. So
they've added new bands since then.
Yeah. It's a wood panel box by Realistic, which was a Radio Shack brand. Got it in like 1991, something like that.
I think
it still works if it receives. The three old frequencies are still in use. They just added 4 more. So if your area is served with one of those old frequencies, then the radio will still work.
It doesn't tone, but
correct.
That's how it goes.
It doesn't. That's right. It won't give you the warnings just for your county like the new weather radios do.
Yes,
but it will still alert you. The tones will go off a lot because it'll go off for every warning.
No doubt. No, you're definitely gonna get the kitchen sink with that one. Frank, it's interesting that you bring up we're talking about this line of thunderstorms coming out of Georgia. Starting to see a couple shear markers show up around Millen. The radar is starting to key in on some elevated rotation there. So that's going to be something that we're going to want to keep a close eye on as time goes on with this bookend vortex here that was in Screven County, a little north of Savannah, Georgia. This has designs on, unfortunately, this, we'll see what this does, but again, Hampton, Allendale, these are places where you're going to want to watch this kind of closely. Unfortunately, it's been a rough little time down there, to put it mildly.
Do we know, and forgive me if we touched on this earlier, was the Weather Service able to get down there today as scheduled to do storm surveys?
They did not come back. They did Georgia. So Pembroke, Georgia came back as least as an EF3.
Okay.
So, but they have not done, I have not seen anything out of Hampton or Allendale yet. So we will wait on that. I suspect that the problem is that we have had severe weather again today. And I also want to point out to folks that, that we are still under a tornado watch in the Charleston area. We're going to be under that tornado watch for a couple more hours. The inclination will probably be let it ride until 11 o'clock, especially as this line of storms moves in. So again, once this line of storms clears the area, I think we'll be good. But again, if you're thinking about sleep, you're going to go to bed soon. Make sure you have that weather radio close by. Make sure your phone is off silent so we can get those warnings out to you.
I'm looking at the damage assessment toolkit from the Weather Service. This I don't think this is the final answer.
No,
but
no,
there is one marker from 5:20 today for damage estimated to occur yesterday at 6 near Elmer from an EF1. Wind speeds of 93 miles an hour. I don't think that's the final answer.
No,
and
this
is still a work in progress.
Yeah, and that's just one of them, guys. I mean, that's again,
Right.
that was the one that was later. I mean, Allendale too. I mean, that one had a very nasty TDS.
Here's Lincolnton though that crossed over the interstate. We had footage of this one last night.
Yes.
Right. So looking at this one here, and it's going to say, there we go. So EF2. With trees snapped. And we looked at that video last night that David shot and sent in to us. This occurring yesterday at about 5:40, crossing right over the interstate and the county line between Aiken and Lincoln, Lexington counties, excuse me, there in South Carolina as well. Was this also yesterday? Yesterday was
yes, it was.
5th, yeah.
Remember, that's the one I was watching and said, "Oh, this might be a tornado." There was no tornado warning. It was a severe thunderstorm warning, but nonetheless, it was a quick spin up that happened.
Yeah,
in that
we're
area.
looking at EF1 here. EF1. Well, we'll wait for the official reports to come out from the Weather Service. We're essentially looking at a tool they use to kind of mark things as they're going through.
I was going to tell you, James, the two in Horry County and Marion County, those were confirmed today by Wilmington.
Okay. Do we have those confirmed? This one here?
Yes. Yeah. One at EF1 and one at EF0.
Okay, here's the EF0 with winds of 80 miles an hour. Again, these are confirmed storms from yesterday. And I am maybe missing the other one?
Did you say that was the EF0?
Yeah.
Okay, the EF1 maybe down here on the southern part there in Marion County across the river there.
But as we were just discussing, the Weather Service has had 2 days of severe weather back to back. So I think there is more documentation to follow.
Yeah. That one, the EF0 was actually the debris that we saw in Anor last night on the CC drop that kind of just popped up out of nowhere and wasn't warned or anything. That was the confirmation of EF0 there in the Dogwood area of Horry County. So,
all right, more to come. Sometimes these things take time. And it could be a couple days before we have the final reports, especially with active weather continuing. Frank, you look like you're doing a little radar analysis. Bring us into your thoughts.
Yes, I am. Still watching this cell that's back in North Carolina now, and we still have that severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 in the northwestern Yancey County. That from that cell that developed a Boeing structure as it was moving along the North Carolina-Tennessee line. There's some of that's still to the north up in Unicoi and Washington counties, Tennessee. But our concern here is the part that's in Yancey County, which is kind of moving east now and out of the warned area. I suspect that this is going to be allowed to expire. We'll see if GSP decides to do anything with Yancey County. I think Mitchell County is that a Roanoke County? I'm not sure.
No, that's GSP. Mitchell is
That's
GSP.
also GSP. All right. Well, we'll see what they do, but the reflectivity's come down some, even on the Morris or the Knoxville radar here. So we're still watching it, and still some gusty wind potential, certainly some downpour potential, and also some spins have been developing here. If you look at the velocity, look at storm relative here, it shows up a little better. You can a little bit of a bookend vortex on the north end here. Another little spin over here in Carter County, Tennessee, that will eventually move into Watauga or Ashe County. So we'll keep an eye on that one too. But right now, again, a little bit longer, we have that severe thunderstorm warning. Travel, I would strongly discourage on 19 West right now. Through northern Yancey County as that storm's moving in. That road's difficult enough when it's dry and sunny. So let's that windy mountain road there. So let's avoid it when it's pouring down rain and windy, as it will be as that storm moves through in the near future.
Got a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Buncombe County. And it looks like we may need to extend the current tornado watch past 11 o'clock from the Charleston office, Jared, so you could stay up a little bit later.
Yay!
That's what he wanted.
Starbucks closed an hour ago, so I'm gonna have to just pull out
sorry,
the
bud.
French. I'm gonna have to pull out the French press. It's fine. I should drink more coffee at home anyway.
Here's a live look at Buncombe County from Asheville. This is the top of the old courthouse, and this will pivot back and forth. I think we're looking probably out in the direction of the storms right now. We can see lightning off in the distance, so we'll keep an eye on this camera.
This is going to be for northern Buncombe, Haywood. Oh, I just lost my screen there. Northern Buncombe, Haywood, and Madison County until 10:30. And again, the primary threat with this will be 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and hail up to 1 inch in diameter. So that's along this this line that's moving into the mountains of western North Carolina now. So if you live in Asheville or north of Asheville, watch out. There could be some gusty thunderstorms moving into your direction here pretty quickly. So be aware of that. Weaversville, back towards that's a lot of mountainous areas once you get out of Weaversville. So if you're out camping, you might be in this, but this is coming through the Great Smoky National Park right now, and then we'll be moving through northern Buncombe County.
I want to
Take
give
a
a
look
shout
at my
out.
radar on that one, guys.
Okay.
There is a pretty good hail signature showing up on the 1.8 degree tilt here. Up in the mountains, we can't rely on the lower tilts as readily as we do for the lower elevations because the mountains get in the way of the radar beam. But if you look up a little bit, there's definitely some hail showing up there just southwest of Luck. That's along State Road 209 there. That's in northern Haywood County, about to move into far south Madison County and far western Buncombe County. So this is another thing to watch out for with this storm, is there could be some decent hail with that. They are the warning does mention 1 inch hail as the max hail size. That's very believable given that very high reflectivity. That's 66 dBz at the same time. Our ZDR is near zero or negative. So that means there's hail coming out of that storm. And something that'll be a concern. You may want to garage your car if you live in far southern or southwestern Madison County and far northwestern Buncombe County.
Here's a look. We'll continue to watch this Skycam here as we give a shout out and thanks and appreciation to LBFT100 watching on YouTube. Thank you for that super chat and support of the Carolina Weather Group. We appreciate your help in keeping us on the air as we continue severe weather coverage. And if you'd like to support us and maybe aren't able to donate at this time, best you could do for us, share, tweet, text somebody, let them know that we are streaming and we are here for them free of charge any place they watch YouTube. All right, as this camera pans back off to the right here, the perspective from Asheville, we should get another look at some of that lightning off in the distance from the advancing severe thunderstorm warning that Frank and Scotty were just telling you about. Now, if this storm keeps on its current track, that polygon will probably slide just north of the downtown area where our perspective's coming from here. But as the lightning continues to flash off in the horizon, you can get a good look at the intensity, and maybe we can even capture a glimpse of the towering clouds here if we get a lightning strike guys at just the right moment. There we go.
There it is.
Like that. Ooh,
Right on cue.
lowering too.
Got one.
We'll hold this in just a second, and then we'll check back in with Jared Smith, who I know is teeing up to update us on what's happening down in his portion of coastal South Carolina. But let's stay. Oh, there! Did you see that bolt?
Yes.
You could see
We're gonna have
the
to-
lightning.
Nice.
We're gonna have to wrap that one.
Yeah. And of course, I was turning and looking at my radar and missed it. So there you go.
That's okay. Here's a look now at Charleston, South Carolina. The lightning less than it was when we last checked in, but take us there, Jared.
Yep, absolutely. And again, the severe thunderstorm that prompted a quite a large warning has kind of come together and is starting to move off into Georgetown County, as well as just getting offshore here. But you can see, we can take a look at the velocities here. The winds are still, I mean, we're looking way up, but these are certainly very likely that we're getting some of these strong winds to the ground, but still a lot of lightning on McClellanville, Schuylerville, some very heavy rain, and possibly even some hail in this neck of the woods. Elsewhere around the Tri-County, we are also continuing to see additional rainfall develop from roughly St. George up towards Cross, just south of Holly Hill into St. Stephen. And guys, I'm going to switch to the storm total rainfall product here directly from the radar, because this is when we start seeing reds, that means 5 inches on my scale here. And you can see that there has been a significant amount of very heavy rain here, and that it seems to be it might be trying to build back in. And we have a flood advisory in effect for northern Berkeley that goes until, I want to say, let me see here, where did that aerial, there's so it goes until midnight, which makes sense. So flood advisory up in northern Berkeley County. If you're driving around and you encounter a flooded road, please do the smart thing, turn around and don't drown. Now off to the main event, really, and this is a broken line of thunderstorms coming out of Georgia. And again, we've been kind of watching this. Is the level 3 products now have a tornado vortex signature on this, so that's kind of interesting, and maybe a little bit of rotation here near Hiltonia. Been watching that little bookend vortex to see if it does anything. Have small little line segments here as well surging out. Big severe thunderstorm warning, including Allendale, parts of Hampton County, parts of Jasper County, and including also Effingham County, Pembroke, Georgia, which took a nasty hit from at least an EF3 yesterday in Pembroke, Georgia, up towards Sylvania. And again, this is going to continue to move east. There's a decent probability that until this guy passes, we're going to need to keep the tornado watch in place. We'll go to the high res here real quick and just set that back into motion. And you can see that twist there, that bookend vortex. And that's also helping to ignite some additional showers and storms now, kind of acting as a little low pressure, little meso low here, firing up some additional storms around Klein and Earhart headed towards Barnwell. So again, we're going to be watching this over the next couple hours. This is going to make its way towards the Charleston Metro eventually. We'll see what kind of state it's in by the time it gets here. I've been looking at some of the instability here, and we're still pretty unstable. Honestly, we're still rather unstable here. There is some convective inhibition developing, but still looking at the instability there. Certainly very much worth, definitely going to be bears watching over the next few hours.
I talked a little bit before about the anxiety that folks could feel very reasonably in Allendale County. And the other thing to consider is homes were damaged in those storms yesterday. So people may be out of their natural environment. They may be in a home with light damage. They may have relocated due to extensive damage at their home. And that's something to be considered as we are continuing to watch another line of storms move on through. Let's say hello to Sabrina watching on YouTube, asking about the weather in Hartsville, South Carolina. And I got it circled here for you on radar. You've got some pretty good thunderstorms off to your south, off to your east. You do have some dry weather that is off to your west, but we do still have that line of storms moving in from Tennessee, moving in from Georgia, ahead of that cold front that will come your way during the overnight hours, as it will be moving across all of the Carolinas during the overnight hours. Knock on wood, guys, as we get into the early morning hours, we could see a decrease in the severe threat until we get to sunrise and have to start worrying a little bit more about eastern North Carolina. But that's let me just be clear. It's almost 10 o'clock now, and we still have plenty of fuel, plenty of potential that for the next several hours into the early overnight hours, we're watching for a severe threat across much of the Carolinas.
Let's take that Asheville camera again. That lightning is pretty intense. You can actually, it looks like you can start to see this moving into the county there. There's hazier conditions.
It's that humidity in the air, huh? Moisture.
Got a report from our friend up in the highest elevations of North Carolina, NCTN High Country Weather, on Twitter, reporting a lot of, he sent me a video, a lot of thunder and lightning, but not a lot of wind up in his location. He's just there along the Tennessee, North Carolina line in Yancey County. So he reported a lot of thunder and lightning, but not a lot of wind. So that's good. We hope it stays that way.
We'll watch here as this Asheville camera will momentarily begin to pan off to the right again on its little automated sequence that it goes through. But this should bring us back towards the direction of that severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Bumpkin, Haywood, and Madison counties until 10:30. You can see the lightning there on your screen. Lightning is certainly a threat, but a reminder, lightning itself, not a requirement for a severe thunderstorm warning. A severe thunderstorm warning is issued anytime the Weather Service sees the threat of damaging wind or damaging hail. This storm is carrying with it that threat of 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Scotty, I think this is the angle you like as we look back off here. This must be looking to the north.
Yeah, this is looking to the north. This is, if you've ever been to downtown Asheville, this is on the courthouse. Ooh,
wow.
Another one.
That was a good one.
But you can see there's a little bit lowering right there in the cloud. You can see it highlighted when the lightning flashes. But this is back overlooking. Here's the brand new hotel that's been built in downtown Asheville. Right through here is Pax Place. A lot of good restaurants through there.
You're doing them a pretty good plug tonight.
Yeah, the chocolate factory is right through the French Broad River Chocolate Factory. If you're ever in Asheville, you need to check that place out. Pretty good if you like chocolate.
I have to keep that in mind next time I'm up there.
And if you're there, go down another block, and you can eat at Pax Tavern, which is amazing food. Frank, I know you always ask the food questions. That's one of my favorite spots in Asheville is Pax Tavern.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a good spot. Also, chain pizza I know, but my favorite mellow mushroom is in Asheville.
Oh yeah, right downtown.
There is no shame in mellow mushroom.
I don't think there is at all. It's my favorite pizza.
It really
is. I'm not going to let you lure me into this conversation. As the native New Yorker,
the only bad thing about mellow mushroom, there's the parking is really hard to find parking around mellow mushroom. So you got to get there early, or else you're going to be walking several blocks to get there.
True statement.
To be fair, after what I usually get at mellow mushroom, I probably could use the walk.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, with all that pizza and all that beer.
I mean, just say it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with walking a mile.
DKTK watching on YouTube asking about Asheville, South Carolina. I've got it circled here for you on the radar. I'm sorry, Greenville.
We're talking about Asheville too much.
It's been a long 48 hours.
Welcome to the 10,000th hour of severe weather coverage. I'm James Brierton. Okay. What we're going to watch for here, this applies to Greenville, but this applies all throughout the upstate and the foothills, is the threat of this line and the storms associated with it as it moves off to the east. So you have a couple more hours there to be kind of monitoring things. And just, again, I want to point out to folks, like, look at this flow, right? We got this guy moving this way, and we got this guy moving this way. And when you talk about the potential for getting some spin in the atmosphere, we can see some of those ingredients coming together. Frank, I think a moment ago you were going to say something and I cut you off, my friend.
Yes, you did. Shame on you, but it's all right. Totally fine. Let's look at the radar around Charleston again for a minute. With this severe thunderstorm warning, I'm paying closer attention to the go to reflectivity briefly first here. This Ripley looking area here that has moved into southern Hampton County and far northwest Jasper County. First, this is very close to the radar. There's the Charleston radar right there, which is actually in far north Jasper County here. This line here, if you look at it, if you look at it on velocity, there's some 40 to 50 knot pixels showing up here, several of them. So this has some somewhat enhanced damage potential, I think, with that showing up. And the fact that the radar being so close to the ground here tells you this is all happening close to the ground. So it looks like you're getting it in Garnett right now, and I get it in Pineland, Furman, Scotia, and up to Estill, up to Luray too. All these towns along Highway 321 and 601, where they come together in the northern Jasper County and the north into Hampton County. In addition to this, we'll continue to watch what was this little bookend vortex earlier, which doesn't look as impressive as it did before. It's still spinning a little bit aloft, I guess, if you go up to the 1.3 degree tilt, but right now it does not look all that scary in terms of rotation. Nonetheless, that's a blob of some pretty intense rainfall here that'll be coming across Allendale County, which they don't want because a lot of people's homes are damaged or demolished from the tornado that happened yesterday, 2 of them actually. So this is not what we want. We don't want the rain and some wind to go with it, but unfortunately, that's what we're going to get.
I was tilting up on this one, Frank, as well, and I was on the storm that's approaching Furman, South Carolina, near Estill. And there's some pretty good wind energy with this aloft. I went up to about I'm at the 3.1 tilt now, and this gets you to about 5,000 feet up, and I got like 81 mile an hour inbounds. So that ain't bad. I mean, that's there's certainly plenty of wind energy with this, and it may have a little bit of a twist to it too. So again, we might be seeing could see a little bit of enhancement with a little bit of rotation, elevated rotation. And again, we are under a tornado watch. Let's see what happens, towards the ground. There's still an opportunity here for that to be a problem.
10 o'clock or just shy of, you're watching extended severe weather coverage on the Carolina Weather Net, powered by your pals here at the Carolina Weather Group. It is Wednesday night, where we are normally bringing you our weekly Wednesday show featuring newsmakers in weather science and technology from the Carolinas and beyond. But once again, we have found ourselves preempted by the threat of severe weather. We have numerous storms throughout the Carolinas. We are watching for you at this hour. Feel free to hop in the comments with your questions, comments, concerns. And yes, please do share this with anybody across the Carolinas or with those who may have relatives and friends here in the Carolinas as we continue to watch this elevated threat of severe weather as we go not only through the evening hour, but also through the overnight hours. A live look now back towards Asheville. We'll wait for a well-timed lightning strike once again as this camera swings back towards the north. There it is. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for another 30 minutes as the National Weather Service continues to track this thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And I think we're even watching. Scotty had maybe identified what a beautiful shot that was. I don't know, Scotty, if you were able to tell in that lightning again whether or not we have any sort of lowering still with this potential cell here.
It looks like there's a little bit of a lowering there. Nothing that, just is like alarming, but I just saw some more lightning there. But there is kind of like a little lowering there. So we'll watch that. This is still moving through the mountains, so the radar data is not the best with detecting rotation and stuff like that. But there is a little bit of lowering there, so we'll just watch that as it moves into more of the greater Asheville area, probably here in the next 30 minutes or so. This line is hung up on the mountains, and as soon as it moves off the mountains, then folks in the foothills and the Piedmont, we'll have to watch those storms as the environment is still here. James was talking about how warm it was in Charlotte. Here at 10:01, Yeah, 10:01. The Morganton-Lenoir Airport reporting 72 with the dew point of 64. Hickory Regional reporting temperature of 70 with the dew point of 64. Lincolnton 70 with the dew point of 66. Gastonia 70 degrees with the dew point of 66. So you kind of get the idea. It's pretty warm and humid out there tonight. And that humidity really helps these storms grow. So we'll see that. See how it plays
I think
out.
we're gonna have to pull out a very important meteorological term here. The air mass is moist.
It is moist. It is moist. It is. It honestly and it honestly feels more like a May air mass.
It is April.
Than it does.
Yeah.
I know. It seems more like a late May into early summertime air mass.
Yeah, we've got some 70s dews down here. So yeah, no, I totally feel you there. I mean, we got 70s dews towards the coast. We got, upper 60s to 70. I mean, it feels like we've been getting that a lot this spring too. And it's kind of amazing that only in the last day or so have we really had to contend with much in the way of like actual severe weather here, because we've had the juice several times now. And it just hasn't come together until recently. So it's definitely a humid environment that'll get cleared out by this cold front though. And then
we go from let's say this, Buncombe County, where you're at under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Let's see, it's Wednesday. By Friday night, Saturday morning, you could be see snowflakes falling in that area. So.
Life in the mountains, right?
Welcome to spring.
Yes, that's April in the North Carolina mountains. You get those turnarounds.
And there is no time like the present to think about where you would go in case of severe weather at your home. Today is Safe Place Selfie Day. # Safe Place Selfie. Here I am under the stairs in our house. We don't have a basement. If I had a basement, that concrete slab would, I guess, lead down to my hypothetical basement, but I don't have one. So in the center of the house is this little Harry Potter-esque nook, and this is where I take my family in the case of severe weather. So if you want to show off your safe place selfie, you can use # today, Safe Place Selfie on social, and let us know where you go.
Ooh.
Wow. As we continue to look at this severe thunderstorm producing lightning over the north side of Asheville.
This is a nice shot.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep coming back to this every few minutes when it pans back off to the north. But what I also don't want to lose track of, and I think Frank's watching it here on radar. There's that same cell outlined in orange, moving off to the north.
That's right. I use my least favorite shade of orange for severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's the color of that polygon that's in northwestern Buncombe County and far south Madison County. And you can see the blob of reflectivity largely in Buncombe County at this point. That severe thunderstorm warning continues a while longer here. Expires at 10:30, right? Yes, 10:30.
That's right.
James, you asked us offline if that is rotating, and if you look up high enough, yes, it is. We'll look at the velocity.
So.
This is the 1.3 degree tilt, so we're looking at 9 to 10,000 feet here, and these yellow ones are moving away from the radar. This green stuff over here is moving toward the radar. So we have a circulation here, but it's not near the surface. It's aloft, and it's a broad circulation. There's no imminent tornado risk. But nonetheless, this is a pretty intense thunderstorm that is producing some very heavy rainfall. The risk is there for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some large hail, an inch or so in diameter, and that can do some damage. So those of you in the path of this storm, anywhere in this orange polygon, especially the east side of it at this point, that's which the direction the storm's going. It's heading eastward toward Woodfin and Weaverville. So if you're in that area, it's time to move indoors. You want to avoid travel along Highway 19 here as this storm moves eastward through northern Buncombe County.
All right, we have another safe place selfie from our own Scotty Powell. With a good reminder, Scotty, take our four-legged friends with us when we head to safety. And also, I like the head apparel. It's a good reminder. We need to think about a helmet. You got shoes on, I would imagine, and maybe some eye protection next time. Okay.
Yeah. Well, see what you didn't see.
Got like 9 out of 10 here.
We do have a go bag in the basement, so we grab
nice.
all that stuff and put it in there. And so it's just outside. And what you don't also see is the crate, which is also there for my little dog, who she's passed out over here now. So, she wasn't having that picture today. I had to force her to take a picture to get in her safe place. But it's always good to have a reminder of those pets, because they need to be protected as well when these severe weather warnings and tornado warnings are issued. So,
yep, we'll look here as the camera swings back off to the north, and then we'll get a check on the situation in South Carolina. No tornado warnings in the Carolinas here at 10:06. We do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings with the threat of damaging winds, and that's what we're keeping an eye on here as we look just north of downtown Asheville from atop the old courthouse. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes for another 24 minutes. And as soon as this camera swings back out of view of the storm, and it continues its automated trek, panning 180 degrees down across the downtown area, which the Chamber of Commerce has very much appreciated Scotty Powell's endorsement of this evening. We'll go down to Charleston, South Carolina, where the tireless Jared Smith is watching things on radar, and the South Carolina things. Jared, take it away.
Yeah, and we South Carolina things are first, before we get to the severe thunderstorm, we are now having additional heavy downpours redevelop in Moncks Corner. We just showed this a little while ago. We've already had radar estimated 4 to 5 inches of rain in spots up here, and the rain is redeveloping. So hopefully it doesn't last very long. But again, you're under a flood advisory up there in northern Berkeley County around Moncks Corner here through midnight. And we're going to encourage folks, if you have to be out tonight, please make sure you avoid those flooded roads. Turn around, don't drown. Now let's get down to the severe thunderstorm warning with this broken line of thunderstorms coming out of Georgia here. We'll set this into motion. As it gets closer to the radar site, the reflectivity may begin to attenuate a little bit, and certainly doesn't look as visually impressive in some spots, but we do still have some line segments that are surging ahead as this crosses the Savannah River headed towards Allendale. We have severe thunderstorm warning out for Allendale down through western Hampton County into Jasper County. We'll zoom in on Allendale right now. Again, they took a major hit from a tornado yesterday. Not seeing the same here, but very heavy rain and a lot of lightning, and the potential for some damaging straight line winds here as well. We'll kind of go down the line a little bit. This is definitely much more of a broken line than it was. And, again, there's KCLX right there, an early branch. And so we'll jump up a little bit and see what we can't figure out. But around Furman, there may be some damaging wind there. And the severe thunderstorm warning has actually been allowed to expire. Okay.
Wow.
All right, so there you go. So the severe thunderstorm warning, at least for the moment, has been allowed to expire, and I'll get a check on that. But so yeah, you saw that polygon drop off the screen there. That's the expiration there, and so they are expected to weaken. But again, there is certainly concern for gusty winds still, and again, heavy rain and a lot of lightning. Lightning makes every thunderstorm dangerous.
Yes.
So that's certainly something that we want to call out. Also just came in through is we're starting to get some reports now of some hail around Cane Bay again. So Cane Bay, you have been no stranger to anything related to weather at all today. And yeah, as we tilt through, here's just the last few minutes there. You can see that little spike of purple here. This is where I would expect that we would see some hail, and we'll we maybe had a little bit of hail mixing in there, so that's a good segue there to to just continue to watch that. And James, I know that it looks like you have some breaking news.
We do have some. This is
Breaking
further
ish.
confirmation, new details on what we were alluding to last hour, which is that the National Weather Service in Columbia pulling double duty today, continuing to warn on ongoing storms while trying to assess what happened yesterday. And so the National Weather Service, as we saw in their toolkit, was starting to connect the dots with some of their storm damage and some of the assessment that they were doing. So what we know right now from the National Weather Service in Columbia is that a public information statement confirming an EF2 tornado in Manning will be out shortly. So that's breaking. We had not yet talked about Manning. The National Weather Service confirming yesterday an EF2 tornado in Manning. The storm survey team completed most of the survey tracks across Orangeburg, but needs to complete the track southwest into Barnwell County before we can get their preliminary report, which confirms what we were seeing on the map. We saw them kind of put one pin down in that Allendale area, but we were waiting for them to put more pins down and then connect those pins. So as we speculated, the Weather Service is saying that's forthcoming. More details to follow. They're still doing assessments on it. 2 teams also conducted surveys for additional tracks in Orangeburg and Barwell. That will be forthcoming. Now, what they have put out in the last few minutes are their public reports on 2 of the other storms that we saw accounted for in their damage assessment tool. The damage assessment tool being the map we showed you last hour, where the crews in the field are literally putting little pins down on a map. So the National Weather Service in Columbia here confirming, as we saw, Aiken and Lexington counties had an EF2 tornado yesterday, touchdown, started in Aiken County, traveled across I-20 and Highway 178 before dissipating in Lexington County in South Carolina. This snapped, as you might recall from our coverage yesterday. David sent in video, and you can actually kind of see a snapshot of it at the bottom there of tall pine trees that were snapped in half. And so we were talking about it last night, looking at the video, and I speculate what happened is that the Weather Service went out and they looked at those tall trees that were snapped over, and they will determine whether or not all of those trees fell in the same direction, which would be straight line winds from a thunderstorm, or what they saw with this storm is that the trees fell in multiple directions, indicating that rotation of a tornado. And we kind of thought that looking at David's video yesterday, but it wasn't really our place to make that determination. But based on what we were seeing on radar and based on what we were seeing from that video that was sent to us, that seemed more than likely the case as to what took place there. The National Weather Service is also telling us that Lexington and Calhoun counties did have, in fact, an EF1 tornado touchdown on Tuesday, just north of Gaston, traveled across Interstate 126 before dissipating near the river. So we do have a couple nuggets of new information, Jared and Scotty, tucked into those updates from the Weather Service. And they, again, confirming for us that they will have more to do to get us information about those hefty tornadoes that we saw in the Allendale County, Orangeburg County areas. Details to follow.
Yeah, it's and we're going to continue seeing these over the next day or two. These surveys done because it was a pretty active day yesterday, and I hear more buzzing in my ear.
Yeah, it's John Q continuing to give us some background information on what they saw yesterday. So nothing current as of right now, but just acknowledging the fact that yes, of course, there was tornado damage in Orangeburg and in Barnwell, but they'll get us tomorrow details about where, how much, how strong.
I think we're all anxiously awaiting the results from the Allendale storm because we saw the pictures yesterday, and that was just the picture of how massively big this tornado was. I can only imagine it's going to give us some jaw-dropping numbers when it comes out.
I'm not even going to say what I anticipate. Yeah. But we had Storm Chaser Chris Jackson on last night, right? And Chris chases all over the country. And the words from Chris last night after being in Allendale County was, it looked like something out of the plains, out of Oklahoma or Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not a comparison we like down here.
No.
And the picture of the tornado yesterday looked like something you would see out in Oklahoma or Kansas. Just a massive tornado. And that area, Jared's been ravaged. We compared to 2020 last night. And in fact, Dylan Hudler, one of our panelists who's a student at Mississippi State, and I were talking earlier this evening, and it seems like that southern part of South Carolina is becoming a hotbed for some of these bigger tornadoes.
There was a post today on Reddit, on the North Carolina subreddit, asking whether or not there is a Carolina Alley. We have Tornado Alley, we have Dixie Alley. Dixie Alley, we across the deep south, right? Portions like Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, we're seeing clear uptick in tornadoes there. But there is data to support that since the 70s, the number of favorable days, the number of days where tornado ingredients are present in the Carolinas, in Eastern Carolina, into portions of the Sandhill at I-95 corridor, South Carolina, yes, is rising.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not shocked by that in the slightest. Yeah. I mean, I think that, even anecdotally, just what we've seen. I mean, it always seems like that there is at least one or two really good supercell outbreaks there a year. And, it's interesting too, it also, guys, thinking about, Allendale and thinking about places like, a couple of years ago, Estill that took that huge hit from that EF4 in Hampton County in April 13th, 2020. I mean, there's something to be said for that too, in that little I-95 corridor there. Fun fact, yesterday was the first tornado warning that Charleston issued all year. And that first tornado warning became a tornado emergency. So for a minute there, they were 1 for 1 on tornado emergencies. And that is not a stat you want to be hitting.
I was trying to describe to someone the difference between a tornado warning and a tornado emergency. And it is, simply put, the most serious, the most threatening tornado situation you could find yourself in. And we have talked about on this show the social science aspects of alerting, not overwarning people to the point where they get cry wolf syndrome, to the point where they're turning off alerts. What the tornado emergency signifies is, hey, if you're the type of person who ignores tornado warnings, don't ignore this one. If you're the type of person who thinks when we issue a tornado warning, nothing ever happens, this one is happening now. It is on the ground. It is creating damage.
Yep.
I mean, I think if they could just issue poop emoji, poop emoji, poop emoji, poop emoji as their bulletin, they would. That's a tornado emergency.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those tornado emergencies aren't given out with every tornado.
Does INBot tell us how often, Jared?
We can find out. There's ways that we can. There's auto plots that we can do with that. Yeah. It's very rare here. Charleston has only ever issued 2 tornado emergencies, and those have been within the last 2 years, 2 to 3 years, just to give you a general idea of how crazy that was. But we have a question about Bluffton real quick, and I want to get to. Bluffton, South Carolina is going to be thunder and rain, or should we expect something? Right now, showers and thunderstorms are beginning to approach Bluffton. There was recently a 42 knot wind gust at the airport at Savannah Hilton Head International Airport, which I don't know why they put Hilton Head in there, but I guess they do. Okay, you do you. Let's see. I don't have that pulled. I don't have the exact thing here, but that being said, this line of thunderstorms that we've been looking at coming out of Georgia is now heading into Beaufort County, South Carolina, and could see some heavy rain, gusty winds, frequent lightning, to be sure. But right now, the expectation is that these storms are currently not severe.
Yeah,
could still change. We're still under a tornado watch until 11, so I will still advise caution and advise weather awareness here. So if you're going to be going to bed soon, I definitely recommend getting that weather radio, keeping it close by, taking your phone off of silent so you can hear in case a tornado warning is issued. Does look increasingly unlikely. I will say that the threat is going to continue to gradually diminish as time goes on. We're seeing some service inhibition developing now, but there's still a good bit of energy in the atmosphere, and we could still get some strong wind gusts down. So that being said, go ahead.
I was just saying North Carolina and South Carolina.
Yeah.
And also to Dr. Wisemouth on Twitch's point, also Georgia. Are we watching Georgia? We're watching Georgia and we're watching Tennessee because that's what's coming downstream to the Carolinas. When push comes to shove here at the Carolina Weather Group, we're going to give priority first to any warnings in our home turf of the Carolinas, but we don't have any warnings to tell you about right now. And so certainly we are keeping an eye on this line that is pushing out of Tennessee and out of Georgia. I mean, up here in the North Georgia mountains, coming into the South Carolina area here in the next few minutes. We got some pretty good thunderstorms. I will also say, as we're watching across the region, we did get a new report in from Georgia just a few moments ago from the Peachtree City office of the National Weather Service, confirming in Allentown earlier today, a tornado that was on the ground there, 20 plus trees reported down along Interstate 16 as associated with a small circulation and a possible tornado. We don't know yet the strength of said tornado, but we do know along I-16 in Allentown, 20 trees down. And that's a scene that's kind of repeating itself. We have Whitney watching us from Savannah, Georgia, where things are popping off right now. Again, no warnings to tell you about, but what Whitney is describing is the heavy rain and wind that is coming through right now with a strong thunderstorm. And I'm sure Whitney and others probably are not too concerned right now whether this storm is warned or not. It is crazy nonetheless. And I think that's a good point, right? When you hear lightning, head indoors, seek shelter. Lightning itself, not a criteria for a warning, but still potentially life-threatening. Scotty Powell.
Yeah, I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to put my radar screen into motion here. You can see, first of all, this severe thunderstorm warning for Buncombe County has been allowed to expire. But I want you to look right here where my cursor's at. Starting to see this outflow boundary being pushed up into the foothills. So would not surprise me to start to see some storm development in this area right here ahead of the front. So it's going through Rutherford, Cleveland County right now. So if you live over here in Iredell, Alexander, Caldwell, Burke, Catawba, Gaston, even parts of Mecklenburg, let's watch this area over the next 30 minutes or so to see if we get any new storm development. I will say, even though James alluded to earlier, lightning is not a criteria for severe thunderstorm warnings, but there is a lot of lightning with this cell. A, we can see it here on radar, but B, you can see it visually through the camera that we have in Asheville right now. So not only are these gusty storms, but if you have pets or kids who are not fans of lightning and thunder, expect them to come run into the bed at some point tonight if you see a storm move through your area, because we're definitely getting a lot of lightning out of this storm over Buncombe County. And as we go back, as you were showing, James, over the upstate or northern Georgia, this is about to move into the upstate of South Carolina as well.
Right.
So we're going to, I have a feeling once these storms kind of get off the mountains, we're going to start to see this area fill in, because if we look at temperatures and dew points, we still have dew points in the 60s, low 60s in the upstate, mid to upper 60s here in Western North Carolina. And that's just adding some fuel for the fire per se. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all to start to see some storms develop here in the upstate and Western North Carolina over the next 30 minutes or so.
One more thing on that lightning, and I think this is crucial to remember spring, summer, throughout the year, because lightning is not a factor in a severe thunderstorm warning. If you're at the ball field, you're at the beach, you're outdoors, and you hear thunder, you need to seek shelter immediately. Don't wait for a warning. The lightning and the warning have nothing to do with each other. So any thunderstorm, seek shelter inside, because the other thing to remember is that lightning can strike 10, 20, 30 miles away from the actual rain associated with that thunderstorm. So the lightning may get to you before the rain does.
We had several cases of bolts from the blue today. Thunderstorms over in Lake Moultrie, 20, 30 miles, 40 miles as the crow flies, striking near the coast today. So, yeah, definitely we want folks to be aware of that. If you can hear the thunder, you can be struck by lightning.
If we still have Dr. Wisemouth watching on Twitch tonight, another storm report coming in just now from the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia. This was for Emmanuel County, Georgia. Possible tornado around 8:20, numerous trees down, including damage to a home there on the Georgia side of things. So the National Weather Service trying to get as many of these storm reports out. Their first priority is looking at radar, issuing timely warnings to help protect lives and property now. And then as they're able to for the past several hours, they'll go ahead and do some of these storm reports. And then, as we're also seeing, they will occasionally, as needed, put boots on the ground and go out to places where there is damage to put eyeballs on it and determine how strong that storm may be. Welcome back, Frank.
Hey, here I am. I was just looking over the SPC mesoanalysis page to see what kind of instability we still have left across the Carolinas right now, or especially in South Carolina, since I'm looking at that sector that covers more South Carolina, not all of North Carolina. But anyway, we do still have some Cape, the convective inhibitions increasing, as you'd expect with it now well past nightfall here. But nonetheless, we still have at least 1,000 joules per kilogram of Cape, actually 1,500 along the coastal low country here. So that's enough for some concern. And that's not just surface-based Cape there, which might inflate your values a little bit, especially when it's dark. In this case, the mixed layer Cape that I'm looking at here might be a better indicator. And indeed, 1,500 or so Cape is enough to support severe thunderstorms. And looking at radar in that area, we do still have some thunderstorms coming in from the west, now covering a good bit of Jasper and Beaufort counties. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning anymore there, do we? It looks like it's
Nope.
It has expired. We have a special weather statement out indicating the concern for winds to perhaps 45 miles an hour or so. So we will keep an eye on that. And as I mentioned earlier, we do still have some concern that there's still some low-level shear in this area. So quick spin up can't be ruled out, and we'll keep our eye out for that. But for the moment, no strong indication of that. Maybe a hint of one in far southern Jasper County, southeast of Ridgeland, close to the Beaufort line. But not a strong indication of it at this point. Just something we have to keep an eye on for the short term.
Go ahead and we'll check out our Beaufort camera from WeatherStem. And I'll check in here one more time with Jared Smith before he signs off for the evening. Jared, give us one more perspective there from Charleston.
Well, again, you're gonna have some stormy weather coming up in the next little while. I mean, we got let me just so many OBSs. I just have so many OBSs. So little time. This just crossing I-95, kind of broad, kind of interesting. We were just talking about that, keeping an eye on that. Just a whole mess, though, of showers and thunderstorms continuing to develop and redevelop over some of the same places now in much of Berkeley and Dorchester counties. Definitely becoming concerned about we may see some of the flood advisories and get extended here a little bit. It is Monk's Corner has taken quite a hit of. We'll go to the. Let me get the storm total preset back up here. I'll zoom in there, and we'll shift this over here to the local radar, and you can see where I've got these reds here. On my scale, this is 4 to 5 inches, and this is a storm total. This is since. Let's see, when was this? This started. This is as of. This started this morning about 9:18 a.m. So this is today's rainfall here. Holy cow, that's a lot. A little too much at once. Flood advisory is out here until midnight, and it would not shock me if these storms continue to redevelop that could be extended. Okay. Sometimes I just like to check out every shear marker just to be safe. Especially, I told James that I wanted to sign off. So again, one of the things that does is increases the low level helicity in the atmosphere, right. and inevitably causes at least one more tornado warning. So I have to stay here another 30 minutes. So that's
I'm not kicking you out.
That's Mother Nature's way of doing that. But man, a guy's got to sleep at some point, right? But definitely still watching kind of this broken line of storms here. Again, the Weather Service doesn't have any warnings on it at this point. Subject to change. Again, these things can, as Frank was mentioning, there's still energy available towards the coast. So we could very well see this kick back up. Also worth noting, I mean, we really haven't had much in southern Charleston County this evening. That's a relatively reasonably untapped there. So it'll be interesting to see if there's if there
Can
could
you
be-
take us into Hilton Head
Yeah, I can take you into Hilton Head, absolutely, and we'll zoom
for
right down to
Jordan's
Hilton Head.
comment?
Yeah, we're zooming right down to Hilton Head. Lightning is starting to brighten the sky, but no rain yet. But that is coming. It's already raining over in. It's certainly going to be raining here shortly. You have that very strong showers and thunderstorms. Again, we had about a 48-mile-an-hour wind gust come through Savannah at the Savannah Hilton Head Airport in the last little while. So again, a lot of thunderstorms. Certainly very gusty, and it wouldn't shock me if you maybe have some power outages from it, even if it's not severe. If it's not warned, you can still get some power outages from that. So we'll keep an eye on that, and again, Hilton Head, once this gets through, your severe threat will probably be done for the night, which is good. Tornado watch continues for another 30 minutes. We will see what the Weather Service decides to do with it. Some indications that it could end up going longer, especially because this line hasn't come through yet. So we will see what happens with that. We'll be hearing that call probably really soon. And so we will also ban the chat bot. That is, we'll try to ban the chat bot. Yep, there it goes.
Got it.
Yep. Goodbye. So I want to also, while we're here, we can take this to Boy is Good 2085. Sounds like things are strengthening back up in or near Goose Creek. And yes, you would be correct. We are seeing another flare up of thunderstorms right around Goose Creek. Somerville, you may have some hail in this too. We've had a lot of reports of hail tonight. Small hail to be sure, but we've had several hail reports tonight. And it would not shock me if there was some hail falling within these individual cells. But yeah, definitely seeing the thunderstorms come back up. I mean, those things really, they came back in a hurry. That is for sure. I'll switch to the analyst to get a little bit better look at the low cut. But you can see very much so these things have been just firing back up and moving northeast. So again, wouldn't shock me if you heard some hail tonight. But again, these remain under those severe limits, 58 miles an hour, quarter size hail, or a tornado. We're not seeing any of those things right now.
10:33, you're watching severe weather coverage from the Carolina Weather Group. James Brierton in Charlotte. That was the voice of Jared Smith in Charleston. We also have on the line Frank Strait in Columbia and Scotty Powell in the foothills of North Carolina in Morganton. I think it's been a moment since we showed you all what that overnight model run will look like. So as we punch the camera up to look at Charleston, South Carolina here, we'll go ahead and show you the latest model run from the rapid refresh model. And you can see here that we have all of that activity along the South Carolina coastal areas, that I-95 corridor as we go on through tonight. I want to slide this up. There we go. And let me show you as well as we watch not only for those storms to move off to the north and east, but we have that line coming out of Tennessee. And that's the threat we're watching right now for upstate South Carolina and the foothills in the next few hours. And then that will move into the I-77 corridor. But you can see it's very scattered. I mean, it's very possible that you could go through the overnight hours and not get a drop of rain in your Coca Ross rain bucket in the morning. But other folks could end up with an inch or more if they get into one of these heavy little cells that you can see then will fire back up across eastern North Carolina during the daylight hours tomorrow. So again, watching two areas right now in the southern half of South Carolina, and then a cold front moving out of Tennessee, out of Georgia, with a line out ahead of that that will be producing the possibility for some storms with the potential of damaging wind or hail as we head on through the overnight hours. And so that is what we are continuing to watch here on the Carolina Weather Group. Some comments coming in. NSR 342 in Hope Mills, North Carolina. Lots of lightning there. Certainly probably an understatement for some folks who are getting quite the light show tonight. Here's a question from Carl. That cold front, it's producing the squall line. What time will it come through Columbia, South Carolina? And no sense in me answering that question when we've got somebody in Columbia on the line. Frank, would you like to take this question from Carl? I think your microphone may be muted.
Oh, I
I
did
do
a Scotty, didn't I?
I do appreciate the Scotty Powell.
We have all
impression.
Scottied tonight.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
About to say, did Scotty once or twice, or has it just been you and me, Jared?
I don't know, but
No,
I think we had a
I did
Scotty
one
earlier
time.
today, I
Yeah,
think, on coverage. So yeah.
Yeah. So as for when the actual front will come through, let's zoom in on the southeast. Where is it? Oh, there it is, hiding over there. And we'll look at the dew points because your dew point will drop when the front comes through. So let's back things up a little bit. And this is 12Z Thursday, so 7 a.m. Still 68 dew points at 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 68 still, 11, 1 p.m. Hey, the dew points start to come down right around lunchtime tomorrow. So that's when the actual front comes through Columbia. So tomorrow, it looks as though the day probably starts out with clouds. Whoops, hit the wrong button. And I wanted to hit this button to go back to the simulated radar. It looks like we start out with clouds tomorrow, maybe still a couple of showers here in the Midlands of South Carolina, still in the area. But as the day wears on, the clouds should break. Probably start to see some sun popping out in the afternoon with the wind turning to the northwest and picking up, and the drier air coming in. So I think tomorrow afternoon is looking pretty nice with the drier air coming in and a nice breeze developing too. So it should be a pretty nice day, unless you want to play pickleball. That's no fun. Trying to play pickleball because it's windy.
Is that your sport of choice?
That is my sport of choice. I play a lot of pickleball.
What do you have your eye on there, Scotty Powell?
Just looking up in Boone, we got some thunderstorms up in that area. But this line moving off the mountains, not overly impressive right now. We got a lot of lightning, but as far as damage and winds or anything like that, don't really see anything. So I think right now, fingers crossed, we may escape a lot of the big time severe storms. So we'll continue to see how it looks as it moves off the mountains. But right now, besides a lot of lightning and ash filling up in Boone, nothing really screams to me on the radar, and that's a good sign. We want to hope that it stays that way. I did, you can see it's raining pretty hard there in Boone right now. So those folks out on the street, probably walking back to their dorms for the night there at Appalachian State University. But I was just noticing that the National Weather Service in Columbia, South Carolina, has allowed the tornado watch to expire for their area of the tornado watch. So I think the one for Charleston continues in the Charleston metro area, but at least if you live in the Midlands near the Columbia metro area, your tornado watch has been canceled or allowed to expire early. So that is good news. And I don't think we have any warnings out there. So for right now, things are fairly calm, and we hope it stays that way, besides just some of these loud thunderstorms that are rolling through the area.
Yes, indeed. We don't have any warnings at all anywhere. A few special weather statements here and there, but I don't think we have any warnings.
Yeah, we like it. And we may have more cancellation of the watch here. Yep.
I'll let you take that.
So the tornado watch has been extended until 1 a.m. for Beaufort, Berkeley, Charleston, Colleton, and Dorchester, but has been allowed to expire for Allendale, Hampton, and Jasper. So Jasper, Hampton, and Allendale counties in South Carolina, your tornado watch has been canceled early, but the tornado watch for the immediate Charleston area, Beaufort, Berkeley, Charleston, Colleton, and Dorchester has been extended until 1 a.m. And I'm sure once that line of storms moves through that area, we'll probably start to see that watch trim back as well. So
I'm going to read this comment we just got from Cleo watching on YouTube. Cleo is a European studying a semester in Bluffton. Never experienced anything like the past 2 days. Thank you for broadcasting and keeping me sane, because otherwise I'd be freaking out. First of all, don't worry. The last 2 days have been exceptional. It's not always like this.
Once every 2 years.
Thank you for watching. Glad we could help. And I think it's a good reminder, right? We have folks who are from not only all over the country, but all over the globe. who may be with us here in the Carolinas. And I think that's why we have days like we do today with Safe Place Selfie Day to remind folks where to go. Safe Place Selfie Day doesn't always happen in the midst of severe weather outbreak when people may already be thinking about this. It's timed kind of during that otherwise broad severe weather season. But again, Cleo, welcome. Keep a couple ways during the overnight hours to get warnings. NOAA Weather Radio, if that's something you have, or something on your phone that will ding or ping, or just make sure you maybe don't put it on Do Not Disturb tonight when you go to bed, so that you could be awoken up in the off chance that there was some sort of alert during the overnight hours. And if that were to occur, you want to get to the lowest level and the most interior room inside a sturdy structure. So I don't know if you're in an apartment or a dorm. If you've got the possibility to go downstairs, that's great. If not, the idea is just to get as many walls between you and the outside world as possible if and when you found yourself inside a tornado warning. And for anybody that's watching, watch and warning, two very confusing words, right? So a watch, which we're just moments ago, we're updating you on the tornado watch that's in effect, means that the possibility for tornadoes is there in the hours ahead. And a warning means something is imminently happening now and in the minutes ahead. So those are the two kind of distinguishing differences. And I do believe we have new severe thunderstorm warnings out right now that go until 11:30 for portions of South Carolina. And I'll let Frank tell us about them.
Yes, indeed. I was just about to break in on you and interrupt you and be rude because that severe thunderstorm warning just came out, and just before that came out, I was looking at the velocity in this area right now, showing you reflectivity, a line of thunderstorms moving through Beaufort County and southern Colleton County, which is where this new warning has been issued. It's in effect until 11:30. Now for the velocity. This is base velocity. Look at the Burton area and approaching the Beaufort area. We have this orange area of stuff that's inbound, or rather outbound, away from the radar. And the velocity values here are about 55 knots. That's over 60 miles an hour. So there's a potential of 60 plus mile per hour winds here with this cell that's in the Laurel Bay and Burton area. And again, moving into the Beaufort and Port Royal area. So very soon, if you're not already feeling the impacts of this storm, you're going to. Frogmore, you'd be next, and other areas along Highway 21. In this area. Eventually, this is going to get close to Edisto Beach too. So those of you in Edisto, keep a close watch on this and the rest of far western Charleston County as this moves your way. And of course, those with the marine interests offshore of Colleton and Beaufort counties, you'll definitely want to start to seek safe harbor at this point if you're out over the waters there.
And we do have a camera from WeatherStem that is keeping an eye right now on what appears to at least be a lightning threat, but we do have that risk of severe weather associated with this storm, as Frank was just telling us about. And we'll keep an eye on this camera and keep it handy as we go through coverage here in the next little bit. This is the only warning we have right now in the Carolinas for that risk of damaging wind and hail. And this is... as Frank was just telling us, in the southern portions of South Carolina. We were talking earlier about Hilton Head and Savannah. This is obviously a little north of you, but associated essentially with that same line. There's the marine warning for Charleston Harbor, associated as this line approaches the waters there all along the South Carolina coast. All right. So, Cleo, you're very welcome. And we're glad you are on board with us here tonight. And we've got Tim watching on YouTube as well, thanking us for the weather report. Thank you for your comment, and thank you for watching. Cowboy asking about the tornado watch being extended until 1 a.m. And Scotty, you've been watching the tornado watches. Is it an extension, or they're just dropping some counties and maintaining others?
Yeah, so the original tornado watch was supposed to expire at 11 p.m. And so my understanding, there was no clarification of why the extension, but just kind of reading the tea leaves per se. There's still that cluster of storms that is moving through the immediate Charleston metro area. So I'm assuming once that severe thunderstorm warning gets out of Beaufort County, out of Charleston, we'll probably see that watch trimmed down. But until that happens, it's better to be safe than sorry. So that's why there was a local extension for that tornado watch, just for those 4 or 5 counties around the Charleston metro area, just to allow this one area to kind of clear through the area. So, looking back towards Colleton County and Walterboro over into Dorchester, Somerville, once that area kind of gets moved through the Charleston metro area, we'll probably see those tornado watches canceled. So I think that's only 5 counties. That's what I read off there. So those are the only 5 counties right now with the tornado watch. All other areas, the tornado threat is over. So at least for the time being. So that is.
Let me see.
So I think it's 5 counties. Let me get here in the chat here and say.
I think I've got it right here, and you can tell me if this is outdated. But I'm going to go ahead and put this in one of our boxes, and I think these are the counties that in yellow have the tornado watch.
Yeah, those are the 5 counties that kind of surround Charleston. So
yeah, and then the orange is the severe thunderstorm on land, severe thunderstorm over water. And if we zoom on out, you can see we don't have anything else. No watches, no warnings. But we're still watching that line that is now marching its way through portions of the Carolinas.
Well, I am going to hop off here because I've been on coverage for a while, but I'll give you my perspective for Western North Carolina. We're watching this line of storms move into the area. Still some storms back over the Knoxville, Tennessee area as well. So we'll watch this band move through. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings or anything like that ongoing. We still remain in that severe weather threat where we do have the possibility of seeing a few gusty, strong thunderstorms. But right now, no warnings, just a lot of lightning and some heavy rain out there. So don't be surprised if you are in a sleep and you hear this loud banging outside from the thunder and seeing some lightning. But as of right now, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings anywhere along this line of storms moving in to the mountains and foothills of Western North Carolina, even down into the upstate of South Carolina. So we will hope that continues. We'll monitor this and provide updates as needed. But besides some lightning out there, which is dangerous in itself, but with it being after almost 11 o'clock, I hope not. I hope too many people aren't outside. So just stay inside with this lightning going on and the heavy rain. And I think it'll quickly move through the area. And by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, if you're in the mountains and the foothills and most of the Piedmont, this line of storms should be out of the area and should be a fairly nice day tomorrow. We'll be warm, but we'll see our temperatures start to drop in the afternoon as the actual cold front moves through. And then it's going to be kind of a chilly weekend for Western North Carolina with temperatures in the 60s on Friday, 50s on Saturday, and then around low 50 or upper 50s, low 60s on Sunday. We'll say there's a NASCAR race in Martinsville, so if you're heading up to that area, the weather looks to be good for that as well. So you may want to bring a jacket or wear the pants and the long sleeves because it will be pretty chilly as all these races are at night. So be mindful of that if you're heading up to Martinsville, Virginia. So with that, guys, I'm going to hop off here and we will hope that the storms stay calm tonight.
We will certainly hope so. A question from NSR 342 on YouTube. What about Hope's Mill, the great Fayetteville, kind of central North Carolina area? With any luck, you'll be right there in the middle of the night. So the threat will be at its lowest, but we'll be watching for the possibility of some storms to kind of regenerate as they go over eastern North Carolina during the daylight hours tomorrow. Frank, I was just looking at GSP radar here and looking right along the Clayton area, that border of South Carolina and North Carolina. We have a special weather statement out for this storm, and it's going to be probably getting people's attention at Clemson in not too long. Not seeing much in the way of rotation with the storm, so that's certainly good news. But we've got some lightning, got some heavy rain, and we will keep an eye on that. sure. I know Frank is. Frank, are you able to hear me? I know you said in chat that you were troubleshooting some audio, and he may still be doing that. James Brierton with Frank Strait still, and we are continuing live severe weather coverage here on the platforms of the Carolina Weather Group. We only have one set of warnings right now in the Carolinas. They are for the threat of damaging wind and hail coming through the Beaufort area. You can see it here on your screen. Look at the rain on your left and the winds on your right. Radar depicted here from the radar in Charleston. And then we've got a camera that's just about in the thick of it here from WeatherStem in Beaufort, watching this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 11:30. Lots of lightning, but again, the threat of damaging winds associated with this storm as it moves off to the east at 55 miles an hour. It could be producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. And Frank, I think you've got your audio back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I can hear y'all again now. And indeed, we are watching that storm in the Beaufort area, which has the potential to cause 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Some weak rotation showing up as well, just to the northeast of Beaufort too. So that's something else we'll keep an eye on. No imminent tornado risk, but there is a broad circulation there to monitor. That cell is pushing to southern Colleton County now, and eventually, before long, actually, we'll get close to Edisto Beach. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if we end up getting a warning for Charleston County. Also, we'll take a look a little farther north through Colleton County. Not a whole lot of wind showing up on the velocity in southern Colleton County. The northern part was a cell along, this is Highway 321, right? No, it's 21. And there does appear to be weak rotation there. So that's something else to keep an eye on, and some decent wind speeds there too. Looking at some, that's 45 to 50 knots there. So that's approaching severe limits there. There's a special weather statement in effect for that area too. Farther east across southern Dorchester and Berkeley counties, we have thunderstorms continuing there. I'll put this into motion so you can see the storms sort of training over the same location still. So as you heard Jared mention earlier, a lot of rain's fallen in that area, and it looks like it's resurging once again. So additional heavy rain has the potential to cause some at least poor drainage flooding problems over those saturated soils in that area. Let's also take a look at the upstate too. We'll look at the GSP radar. We have some strong cells moving out of Georgia into Oconee County. This cell that is pretty robust, it's in Rabun County. Special weather statement is in effect there. The potential's there for wind gusts to about 40 miles an hour. Nothing terribly impressive showing up on velocity, but there's what appears to be a weak rotation there as well. Farther to the southwest, there's a pretty good storm that went over Dahlonega, Georgia earlier, passed south of Cleveland too, and now it's moving into Habersham County. That's adjacent to Oconee County too. So that's another cell I have to watch as it pushes into the upstate of South Carolina. Looks fairly robust. There's been a special weather statement out at times for that one too. So we'll watch that one as it heads eastward. Elsewhere, we'll look a little bit farther to the northeast and tilt the radar up a little bit to get the latest view here. And the cells across western North Carolina do not look as impressive as what we saw earlier. We did earlier have a severe thunderstorm warning out for parts of Haywood, Madison, and Buncombe counties. That's no longer in effect, and those cells have weakened a good bit as they have crossed through the Asheville area and continue tracking along I-40 in McDowell County. Next stop, the Marion area there. Some other storms are farther north and over the Boone area too. James was showing you the Boone camera earlier, showing some heavy rainfall coming down. No surprise from that. Looking at the radar, there's some thunderstorms over the Boone to Jefferson corridor here, and they are also tracking to the northeast. So we'll watch those. They are semi-intense in terms of rainfall, but not a lot in the way of wind or significant hail or rotation areas to deal with these storms. So we'll just keep an eye on them, but it looks as though rainfall and lightning are the only hazards we have for those. The only warnings we have to deal with, again, are across the low country of South Carolina. And as a matter of fact, there goes a new one, and a big one, that covers Charleston, Colleton, Berkeley, and Dorchester counties. That's all in effect until midnight, and that's from this cluster of thunderstorms that is moving in from the west through Beaufort and Colleton counties, and other storms that are developing and increasing across Dorchester and Berkeley counties. So we'll keep an eye on all of these storms as they push eastward. Take a quick look at velocity here. Again, there's a weak rotation signature here up there in Colleton County. That is producing some decent little core of winds close to the ground here. That's about 1,000 feet off ground. Those winds are about 60 miles per hour. There's some concern for hail with those as well, and some other area of strong winds. This is what the cell we were watching going through Beaufort County earlier, that now through southern Colleton County and soon to enter Charleston County. So those of you at Edisto Beach, Seabrook Island, Hollywood, up to Folly, and eventually in the Charleston area, time to batten down the hatches. These storms move your way coming in from the west. James?
Yeah, that's a pretty long duration on this new warning that the National Weather Service has issued for the next 1 hour and 3 minutes until 12 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Until midnight.
We are continuing to stream live coverage as we watch that. And I was watching, and I saw you mention it, that area of rotation that was trying. We'll see what a couple more scans. There it goes. It's still there on the most recent scan that just came through in the last few moments outside of Waltersboro coming across I-95. We'll see what that manages to do here in the next few moments where we have the reds and the greens coming together. I see, Frank, you're taking a look at it. Does your software give us any indication of what may be occurring here?
Yes, indeed. Those of you in Walterboro start paying close attention to this cell. I've call it the storm relative velocity here. And this is indeed a velocity couplet here. No sign of the tornado occurring just yet, but there is a little bit of a hook feature here in reflectivity. There's definitely this couplet here showing up with some DH here, and it's present aloft as well, tilting the radar up a little bit. So, and this is only, again, about 1,000 feet off the ground. We're fairly close to the radar, which the radar is back down here. This is KCLX here, the Charleston radar. This cell is moving kind of east-northeast, so Walterboro and points north, roughly between Walterboro and Canadees. That's an area to watch for a possible tornado spin up here. It looks like it might be trying to happen, and it's looking even better on this recent scan that showed up. No sign of correlation and coefficient of any debris showing up at this point, but we definitely have a rotation here at the low levels for sure, with some gate-to-gate shear that looks to be 55, 60 knots. Actually, that looks closer to 75 knots gate-to-gate shear on that little couplet. So this is definitely an area of concern, and I think better safe than sorry. If you're in this area right now along 64 west of Walterboro, probably best that you're in your sheltered area. Would recommend against travel on I-95 close to Walterboro at this point, and Highway 15 too. Better to stay indoors, and if you're up and awake and listening to us, you'll want to move into a sheltered area now. It looks like this is going to kind of thread the needle between Walterboro and Canadees. So if you're in that area, better safe than sorry to go to shelter, because we might have something trying to spin up here quickly.
Yeah, we have a DOT camera off to the left-hand side as we continue to watch this situation. We'll welcome back in the ever-tireless Energizer Bunny that is Jared Smith with a, I'm sure, keen eye not only on that severe thunderstorm warning that is up for his metro area until midnight, but Jared, we're watching that Walterboro rotation that seems to be trying to get its act together.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I've been, and again, this is, we were talking about this earlier, this bookend vortex, right? And this is if there was going to be a place where we were going to see.
That's it. We got it here.
Yeah.
We have a new tornado warning now out for, I'm going to keep you full, for Colleton County until 11:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Walterboro, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Jared.
Yep. No, that makes total sense. This is a tiny little guy, and when you about 1,100 feet up. So again, this takes in the town of Walterboro. This takes in Cottageville. US 15 out of Walterboro, between Walterboro and Canadees, not a good idea to be on the road right now. 17A between Walterboro and Cottageville, not a good idea to be on the road right now. this has got a little bit of a leftward deviant motion and could get very close to downtown Walterboro. So again, if your phone just went off, if you're paying attention to this and your phone just went off or your weather radio just went off, now's the time to get to that lowest floor, interior room, hallway, closet, bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're going to keep an eye on this to see if it begins to develop a debris signature. Got the tornado signature right here. This is going to cross I-95 in a matter of minutes. So again, I-95, I believe, James, we should be able to get a storm track on it as well. Maybe a camera. So yeah, so this is at mile marker. What was that camera? Sorry.
This is mile marker 63. It's
63.
one of the nearest HD cameras we have.
Thank you, SCDOT, and our great use of our tax dollars.
I've got other cameras, but I'm leaning towards the HD one unless you feel strongly otherwise.
Let's live with that right now. Again, God, it's almost like there's two couplets here. Oh boy, guys. I don't like what I see out of this. I don't
verbalize what it is that you're seeing there.
I don't know if that's I don't know if this is noise yet, but there is a tiny little CC drop right coincident with the velocity couplet and a little bit of reflectivity. So again, I'm not sure, this is not necessarily definitive yet, but when I see that the correlation coefficient drop there, that is certainly cause for alarm, and we'll see if that lasts into the next scan here in just a minute. So again, the strong rotations showing up with maybe a correlation coefficient drop. Let's see if I can get a road name here. Cypress Pond Road. There we go. Cypress Pond Road at Allison Lane. And again, this is about ready to cross I-95 and Highway 64. Looks like there might be twins here. Looks like there's a couple couplets. Again, I don't know that this is going to be terribly long-lived. But again, we're going to... I don't like what I see here. When I see the CC drop even a little bit with this kind of strong signal in the reflectivity, that certainly gives me pause, to put it mildly. So again, in this area, Walterboro area, definitely want to be in shelter now. There could be a
there it
tornado
goes.
developing.
We have debris.
Debris signature.
Debris. Flip over to
All right.
mine. We have a debris signature.
Yep, we got it. We got it right here. Yep. So all right. So there's a tornado on the ground now. There's a tornado down. There's debris is being lofted. It is Sandy Springs Circle. This is just outside of Walterboro. Hilton Hall Road, you're next. This is going to get very much into parts of downtown Walterboro. This is eyes on I-95. This is going to cross I-95 here in a matter of minutes. So again, we have a tornado on the ground now. We have a tornado down just outside of Walterboro. Outside of downtown Walterboro, about to cross I-95 and State Highway 64, and it also has designs on Highway 15. So let's look at the velocity couplet here again. It's a very small, very tight couplet. That usually is a pretty good indicator, especially when we are close, that there is certainly something to be concerned about there. And again, we don't have another tilt up yet because the radar is going around 3 times to get the low cuts for us. So we can see fast updates at the lowest level, which is where we are seeing this, beginning to see this debris signature develop right here, getting very close to I-95 near Walterboro. So again, I-95 and Highway 64. I'm not sure if there's an exit there. This is going to be exit about 57. Mile marker 57 and a half.
I've got a different camera I can actually take us over to that is at that exit.
Yep.
Let me get us there.
Yeah. On this path, this is going to get very close to the Walterboro Airport. This is going to get very close to the Walterboro Airport here. This is oh boy, guys, it looks like the that rightward motion, that rightward deviant motion may still be going there. This could get very close to downtown Walterboro if we're not careful. Little southward drift there in the debris signature. Frank, what do you make of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a bit of a southward drift. I was kind of looking at areas a little further south, but it is kind of taking a bit of a right turn there, which is bad news for Walterboro.
Yeah, very much so.
The tornado closer to it. Speaking of those areas further south, and I want to detract from the main event up there near Walterboro, but looking at storm relative velocity, there south of Jacksonboro, there appears to be another circulation trying to develop. So we got to keep an eye on that too. And additionally, straight line winds potential from Edisto Beach northward almost to Jacksonboro, actually all the way to Jacksonboro here with these storms, this line of storms that's starting to cross into Charleston County here. So get ready. It's coming at you there in Seabrook Island, Hollywood, and Ravenel. Some damaging straight line wind potential, and also possibly this little rotation signature here south of Jacksonboro.
Yeah,
keep an eye on too.
Yep, right near Fenwick. So again, that's going to be jumping across. That's going to be getting into the Charleston metro area in the next hour. So again, we want folks, again, if you're going to bed, if you're in bed, just make sure, you're going to bed, make sure that you can be awakened by warnings as time goes on. The debris signature is starting to maybe flatten out a little bit, not quite seeing the deep CC drop that we were, but certainly debris being lofted, still at least being suspended here. The circulation is not looking quite as good as it did a few minutes ago as it gets close to I-95, but but the debris certainly tells us that that there is something happening, that something has happened here as this gets very close to I-95. Hyers Loop Road, you're next, Brandon Court, Briarwood Road, Bells Highway, Maxey Street, State Highway 64 through Walterboro. Again, right through here, this is going to get a little closer to downtown Walterboro than we would like.
This camera on the left, Jared, I think is right at that interchange of 95. And did you say it was Highway 63?
64.
64. That should be on the left-hand side of your screen right now near mile marker 57.5 on I-95. And I think the camera's picking up at least the little bit of tremors here. We're continuing to watch traffic go by. We know it's dark. We know it's a little pixelated as the camera's trying to pick up what it is that may be occurring in this area. But we're just going to stay with this for a moment. The camera on your right is a little bit further north, but I'm going to keep the camera on the left, and I'm going to walk the camera on the right further south to see what other perspectives we may have in this area as we continue to watch this tornado warning now near downtown Walterboro.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if there's one bit of good news here is that we get additional scans in, and we're seeing, we're not seeing quite the tight rotation that we were a few minutes ago, but certainly something is being lofted, and it is getting very close now to downtown Walterboro. We may have maybe some debris fallout here if the tornado has lifted. It certainly possible that there could be a little bit of fallout here over Walterboro. So we're going to want to watch this very closely. Again, this tornado warning is going to continue. Until 11:30. If there is still a circulation down, it is getting very close to Walterboro right now. So again, if you're in Walterboro, you want to be in a safe place, lowest floor, interior room, hallway, closet, bathroom. And stay there until we give you the all clear. If there is still anything spinning in here, that's where it's going to be. Cottageville, you would be next in the next 15 minutes or so, 15 or 20 minutes. Again, depending on if this continues to sustain itself. This certainly is not the typical. This is typically not the typical. Supercellular setup here. This is these bookend vortices often spin up very fast and then spin right back down, and I suspect that might be what's happening here too. Also starting to get some reports of trees down in Beaufort County, and again, that's with just the general line of thunderstorms. It's now getting into Charleston County as we're on the air here. So Seabrook Island, Hollywood, Jacksonboro, it's rocking and rolling right now, and I would not be surprised if we had some power outages, the trees down in that neck of the woods as well. So again, and this is going to move into the Charleston metro area in the next hour. So again, if you're in the Charleston metro area right now, your best risk for seeing severe weather is coming right up.
Debris signatures very evident here on this latest scan, Jared, in the Walterboro area.
Yeah,
it's moving into Walterboro now. I strongly urge people in the Walterboro area to get to shelter now. I know that you may be a little groggy. You may have just fallen asleep, and here goes your phone or weather radio blasting saying to get to shelter. You got to move, folks, because it's coming at you. It really does look like we have a debris signature here still, and even though the rotation doesn't look as good, it could be a small tornado. It'd be rain wrapped. You're not going to see it coming at you. Folks, definitely you want to be in your best sheltered area as quickly as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is certainly quite concerning here. And again, the call to action is be in shelter now in Walterboro. Hang out there for a few minutes. Cottageville, you're next. I would just get there and wait. I would just get into position here and take shelter. We'll let you know when it's clear, and it's not going to be, it's not going to be forever. It's not going to be for too terribly long. But I just, Frank, is it just me, or is this thing has this deepened a little bit? I mean, we're tilting up here. I've got, it looks like I got debris to about 3,000 feet, which is not that's as bad as we saw yesterday, but certainly nothing to shake a stick at here either.
Yeah, it's a fairly intense looking cell there, and the debris is getting lofted to 3,000 or 4,000 feet at least, maybe higher. It's kind of hard to say because the mode radar's in. We're getting these full scans are only happening about every 6 minutes, so we don't see those higher levels as often. The latest scan, though, the debris signature is right over Walterboro now. So either we have debris falling on Walterboro from a tornado that's happened lifted, or we have a tornado coming into Walterboro now. So in Walterboro, you need to be in shelter, absolutely, because this is a dangerous, potentially life-threatening situation with a likely tornado coming at you. And again, as Jarrett said, this is going to track roughly right along 17A over toward Cottageville. So Eve Walterboro, you're next on the agenda. Cottageville, it comes to you eventually. It holds together. And you need to be in your safest spot you can find. Take all your tornado precautions now. Move to an interior room or a basement if you've got one. Put as many walls as you can between yourself and the outside. And you don't want to be driving at all through the Walterboro area right now or along 17A. It's a very dangerous situation. We can, I guess, call the all clear for I-95. It looks like the storm has passed east of there. I say all clear, but there's probably debris on the roads. You'll have to be real careful driving on 95 in the Walterboro area. Same would apply for US 15. Could be some debris on the road or some trees down blocking your path. So extreme caution will be required, even though the cell's starting to move out of that area now.
Yeah, it does look like traffic is moving. Not as much traffic as we had, but it does look like traffic is at least moving, and that's that's. We'll take that for what it is, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, again, broad rotation now continues over downtown Walterboro as we speak. Still evidence of debris in the air. Whether that's associated with the tornado that's currently down is questionable, but still debris has been lofted, and we know that something has happened. Something has happened generally west of 95 seems to be crossing here. About to see what RBW we're about to get. We're about to see what RBW has to say on the subject here.
Yeah, that could be an interesting observation here in a few minutes at the RBW airport.
Yeah, this is the Walterboro airport, and the tornado warning has been reboxed. So again, Walterboro, you're right on the edge of this. Cottageville in the next 15 minutes or so. So you want to be in shelter now in Cottageville. Again, anywhere down 17A between Walterboro and Cottageville, probably not a good idea. Again, I don't, we'll put this back into motion. And again, did you see that boundary that was sinking south there? Did you see that little outflow boundary? Look at that bad boy. Yep, that little bad boy, and that hooked onto that outflow boundary and spun up.
Yeah, it generated some extra shear locally to.
Yep. There it is.
The interaction between the two generated the shear that caused the spin up.
Yep, there you go. So again, so there it is. So there's your when two shear vectors love each other very much, right?
Exactly.
So that's exactly what happened here. It looks like. So that was some interesting science that we just did there with the radar. Cool outflow sinking south. That may also have undercut the circulation at this point too. So that could be good. That could be good. But but we'll want to watch this closely as that outflow may continue to interact. Will likely, continue to sink southward, heading into Jacksonboro, Hollywood here. Look at this is the base velocity here. These are some, 50, 60 mile an hour winds, about 2,800 feet up off the decks. There's a 67 mile an hour pixel here, just around Seabrook. So again, some very strong winds now moving into Seabrook Island as we speak.
Right. This is almost like what happened across the immediate Charleston area last night with those strong straight line winds developing from a Boeing structure there going across southern Charleston County.
Yeah, this is quite a serious thing. A lot of very strong winds here, and again, we may yet hear of more damage reports as time goes on. So again, Seabrook, Kiowa, right here. I mean, this classic hard edge reflectivity, bow echo developing, maybe a little bit of a rear inflow jet going on here as well. So certainly some very strong winds is about to get rocking and rolling on Seabrook here in the next few minutes. So we want folks there. Honestly, if you're there, you may want to consider heading inside too. So
yes, indeed, those straight line winds look pretty intense on the radar. It's 2,800 feet high that we're looking at where the radar beam is on the lowest tilt, but that can still get pushed down to the surface pretty easily. That's not all that far up.
No, not at all.
Anyway,
yeah. So
back to Walter, the debris signature is still there. It's becoming a little more diffuse. I'm not sure if this is if noise, those blue pixels south of Walterboro, or if that's legit debris. Could be a little of both. But there's not a lot of reflectivity in that area, so it could be noise causing that low correlation coefficient. But hopefully, we're just in the fallout mode here for the debris and not actually seeing a tornado. Nonetheless, we will continue to respect this polygon because there are signs of debris still there. Walterboro and points east. You need to be in your sheltered area over to the Cottageville area. You know how these cells tend to sometimes cycle down, then cycle back up. We saw it happen several times with the tornadoes yesterday. So let's be on guard for that happening again. And those of you in the Cottageville area, let's stay in shelter until you hear an all clear from us.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that there is again, nothing imminent here, but I'm starting to see a circulation develop around Gettysville, just south of Gettysville. Just in the far southwestern tip of Dorchester County. So again, let's see what this does. We'll watch this. Again, there's no imminent signs of any there's no imminent danger here, and again, that's still relatively shallow, but it's been kind of there.
We have our all clear. The tornado warning has been canceled.
Okay, so there you go. No more tornado warning for that. That is good news. That's we're all about that. The threat continues though for very strong straight line winds. I mean, this is guys, this is really nasty moving through Seabrook and Kiowa right now. That is nasty. I don't like the look at that. And again, I do have some folks on Seabrook who are watching us right now, and I definitely appreciate your reports when you can safely give them. So again, we want to watch this closely, but again, looking up, we're seeing, 60, 70 mile an hour winds about 3,000 feet up, and that's going to mix down pretty efficiently. Even though we do have some convective inhibition, I don't think that's going to matter with these.
I agree. And just resetting here, we do still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. It's been trimmed a little bit with the storms having moved east, but it's still in effect until midnight for a large part of Charleston, Colleton, Berkeley, and Dorchester counties. And again, the worst of it looks to be in coastal Charleston County right now, the Seabrook area, and moving in the general direction of Folly Beach. So those of you along the coast in Charleston County, you want to be indoors. And it's definitely not out in this storm. It is a nasty one with the some enhanced wind damage potential from straight line winds here. The straight line wind potential looks to be impressive as far north as Hollywood. And as you mentioned, with possible rotation over far southwestern Dorchester County as well, that might be developing. It's something else we're going to continue to keep an eye on, Jared.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, let's James has got the weather stand cam up from ETV Charleston, and this is going to give us a pretty good look here in West Ashley here in the next few minutes. It's not quite Seabrook, but it's going to give us a look. I want to get some of these questions real quick. They're very topical here. So how are we looking on James Island for the next half hour? You are under a severe thunderstorm warning in James Island. You're going to see some very gusty winds, some heavy rain, some lightning within the next half hour. Probably sooner than that, honestly. I would say within the next 15 minutes tops, you're going to start to see the weather really begin to head downhill, and some very gusty winds, and you may lose power. That's certainly a possibility as well. So we want to keep a close eye on that. We're also going to be watching for any spin ups on the edge of the line. We're going to be looking for spin ups at the bookends of the line. That seems to have been the case here with the tornado warning that brought me back here for Walterboro. So that certainly is a big issue here. So Kelly and Wadmalaw right now, super intense right now in Wadmalaw, and I would definitely concur with that. I mean, the radar signature certainly suggests some very, very strong severe weather ongoing on Wadmalaw, and I suspect that we're going to have some additional trees down. They've already had numerous trees down from last night's storms, and I think that is going to continue here. Mount Pleasant, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, so we need you to be ready for the potential for damaging wind gusts, 60 plus miles per hour, some hail, and very heavy rain, and a lot of lightning in Mount Pleasant. So we're going to be watching that. This is getting very close to me. I'm under this warning right now. I'm not going to be able to hear much with the monitors in, but yeah, we're going to definitely be keeping an eye on that very much. So Jenny Hesterman on Seabrook, longtime fan. Thank you, Jenny, for watching. Rocking and rolling at Seabrook, and also bad lightning. So again, that's certainly to be surprised. It's not surprising in the slightest. And once again, this very strong bow echo at this point coming through, pushing through Kiowa now, and you can see definitely looks like some sort of rear inflow jet has developed, because you can see that loss of reflectivity there as that dry air punches south. Not south necessarily,
Mm-hmm.
but you
Pushing
know what
east.
I mean. It's punching down. Yeah, it's punching east, and it's punching down. It's descending very rapidly, and so that's helping to dry out the reflectivity there. So again, also continuing to, I've got another radar view up here, and I'm just continuing to look out for any circulations. Nothing really too scary at the moment, but we're going to keep an eye on it. There's a couple spots. There's one near Gettysville. There's one near Ravenel. And
yeah, about to say the one near Ravenel is interesting. So we'll keep
Yeah.
an eye on that one. That's a bookend vortex that's developing in the area. So
Yep. So
that's one to watch. But the main story for now is certainly the
Yep.
damage in potential over Kiowa and heading toward Folly at this point. The farther away this gets from the Charleston radar as it moves eastward, the higher we'll see those wind velocity values get, just because the radar beam will be higher. But nonetheless, there's still some very impressive damaging wind potential there.
Yep. We have Julianne asking Cottageville. And again, Cottageville right now, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning for Cottageville has been canceled. There is no tornado threat for Cottageville now. That was short-lived. It does look like that something did potentially touch down around Walterboro, and we'll yet another survey team, unfortunately, for the Weather Service, it sounds like. But Cottageville, you're going to be in some heavy rain and wind. But the worst of it, honestly, is now getting out of there. So it's going to improve with time. Give it another 30 minutes or so, and you should hear that rain come down to a kind of a gentle pitter patter at this point. Beaufort, the line is through you. You were good to go for this evening. Still some showers behind it, but nothing too crazy there for those of you in Beaufort. So again, Grant Collins asking, is the Charleston Metro about to get it bad? And I would say, yeah, we're about to get it bad here in Charleston.
Yeah, imminent.
Yeah, very
It's
imminent.
coming.
Yeah, the Charleston Metro is about to get yet another round very shortly here, from Somerville to Ladson to Hanahan to Charleston to Folly Beach. Kiowa Island, by far the highest risk of damaging winds coming through Kiowa Island, approaching Folly Beach right now. So certainly things that we're going to need to be keeping a very close eye on here as we go through the next 30 minutes as this severe thunderstorm warning continues. We can give an all clear to Jacksonboro. We can give an all clear to Walterboro at this point. Cottageville as well. We just talked about that. I think we can say that the warning will probably be trimmed back once again, and I suspect that when that happens, you will be out of the polygon. But Frank, this is we'll take your radar full here for a minute, and I'll just let you narrate a little bit on what you're seeing down there at Kiowa.
Okay, yes, that's the primary concern area right now is coastal Charleston County from Kiowa to Folly right now. It's a line that's pushing through. This Boeing structure is one that's well known to produce damaging wind. And when you look at the wind velocity here, this is
I think we just lost your audio.
the damaging winds are. And I'm seeing some winds up to about 66 knots. There goes a new scan. There's one that's 68 knots.
Yep.
That's in the that's well above 70 miles, about 75 miles an hour, I guess, maybe 77 or 8. This is up a little ways. It's about 3,700 feet or so high, where the radar beam is shooting through the thunderstorm here and sampling it, but still, that's a rough estimate of your peak gust that can occur as this line pushes through. So those of you at Folly Beach, if you've been out at the bar, time to head home. Well, either hang out at the bar a little while longer, or hurry home, because these storms are coming at you fast. The forward speed's 55 miles an hour.
Yeah, so, that's not slow.
And, yeah, it's coming at you, coming in hot. So you don't have much time to react here. The storm's pretty much into Folly at this point. So batten down the hatches. It's coming at you. That's the case farther north toward Centerville, and even on the peninsula. I think we're going to see some of those stronger winds as these storms move in. Other side of the harbor and Mount Pleasant, Sullivan's not quite there yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be there in a matter of minutes. And again, if you're watching us in the Charleston metro area right now, it's about to not be fun. To put it mildly, we have some very strong winds moving in, really, especially south of 17. If you're anywhere south of 17, I suspect that you're going to have that there. So got questions about Smoke Road and Walterboro, Charleston Highway. You are okay right now. We will go back and take a look at the debris signature when we get some time here. I'd like to go back and take a look at what happened with that. Goose Creek, you are the worst of the wind is staying south of Goose Creek right now, but you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, and so I would presume that you're going to get some fairly nasty weather here in the next 20-30 minutes. Over in Goose Creek. But again, once this is through, it's over, it's done, and your severe weather threat will have ended for the night. So, but again, we are still taking advantage of a very unstable atmosphere, and especially near the coast. And this is something. This is kind of what we expected to happen. Honestly, is that we knew that there was some additional instability near the coast, and wow, lightning is really starting to kick up on the College of Charleston camera here.
Jared, check the velocity. We got a little something trying to happen there in the Johns Island, West Ashley area.
Yeah, this
looks like there's a rotation.
Yeah, this is right at the.
No sign of debris, but there's a definite rotation there. It's a little one, but it's in the area where you'd expect to see it with that northern bookend vortex there. Mm-hmm. So once again, we may be having something trying to rapid fire on us, a rapid fire kind of circulation. So if you're in Johns Island or the West Ashley area, I would recommend moving to shelter for now. Better safe than sorry on this kind of thing, because they can pop up really fast.
Yeah, and I can tell you this is relatively close to where I am. So if you're in Grand Oaks, or if you are in Shadow Moss right now, something that we're going to want to keep a very close eye on. in these areas, and that's going to include me. So there's a decent chance that I might be taking a safe place selfie here in a few minutes. If you get my drift,
yeah.
We're going to keep an eye on this and see, and see exactly, if this does end up becoming something. It's hard to say, but again, we're going to want to keep a close eye on this as that goes. Meanwhile, again, very, very strong winds coming through James Island now and Folly Beach.
Okay. New scan doesn't look as impressive now, nowhere near as impressive. So maybe it was just a little glitch or something. Hopefully that was the case.
Glitch in the matrix.
Look as good now.
I could.
Yes.
We could all go for a little glitch in the matrix at this point. Honestly, I the last thing I need to be doing is taking a under duress safe place selfie. I think that's the last thing any of us want to be doing at this point. But again, yeah, John's Island. This isn't really John's. It's really funny how they place John's Island here, but John's Island is really like 5 clicks south. But hey,
right.
I don't make the maps. I probably could hack that, but I just no. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some hail falling on John's Island. Holy cow! Look at this guy. Yeah, this is the weather stem camera. This is in West Ashley. Let me. I'm going to take my monitor out real quick. I don't know how much you can hear, but the Weather Service has just they just tweaked the warning, and the wind damage threat has now been upgraded to
considerable
70-mile-an-hour wind gusts now possible with this line of thunderstorms coming through. So again, considerable wind damage possible, and this is just a carbon copy of what we dealt with last night.
Yeah, I mean, look at David's comment on Facebook, right? Am I the only one with PTSD from these storms? No, David, I don't think you're alone.
Every meteorologist in South Carolina and several in North Carolina too, I guess.
Yeah, we're pretty sick of this. I mean, truth be told,
I'm totally okay with freezing temperatures on Sunday.
Yeah, no,
I've gone with yesterday and today.
I'm very happy with having to put on a coat versus this stuff. And again, very strong winds right now, about ready to punch downtown Charleston right now. Very strong winds knocking on the door. That's about to cross I-26, getting onto 526, Johns Island and North Charleston. Y'all are next. Really, that this corridor of excessive wind at this point from North Charleston to Folly Beach, pushing eastward. Mount Pleasant, this is going to be you in about 5-10 minutes or so. This is pushing over the harbor right now. There was damage at the marina from last night's storms. I still haven't had a chance to analyze that radar data, but we may end up having more damage here in very short order. So again, we're going to be watching this closely, and I'm keeping an eye out for additional reports. Oh yeah, you can feel the.
I heard a rumble.
I heard that.
You heard that rumble, and this is a dynamic mic, so it's pretty hard for that. It has to be pretty loud. I got to be on it for it to do that thing. And so yeah, you heard that rumble. We have a lot of lightning right now coming through.
This weather stem camera is not far from you.
No, it is not. No, it's about a mile or
this
two.
This is
from
essentially
my house.
Your backyard.
Front yard. But pretty close, right? If we're splitting hairs here. But yeah, this is a dangerous situation moving through the Charleston metro area right now.
Yeah, Dan says it's getting spicy off Bees Ferry in Charleston. I bet that's at least jalapeno level heat, even be habanero.
Yeah, I mean this is Dan and I are basically neighbors. I don't know Dan from Adam, but I can tell you that I live right off of Bees Ferry. So hey, stalkers.
Could you put that on the map? No, I'm just
yeah, show you my AWIPs where I have my home location set up. But yeah, I'm right off of Bees Ferry too, and it is very spicy out here right now.
And we will tell people that the only warning we have throughout the Carolinas right now is this severe thunderstorm warning in the Charleston area. So the reason we're not showing you other areas of the Carolinas is because this is the only storm-based warning right now in the Carolinas. There is a tornado warning in Georgia, but this is the only thing happening in North or South Carolina right now.
Yeah, this is and
it's enough.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
the wind is up even further Folly Beach area now.
Yep.
We've seen some 70+ not pixels there.
Yep. We have a very, very spicy on Johns Island, and we have a very spicy in Westcott.
Noticing.
So
Noticing a trend with these
so
descriptions.
This camera, the lightning on that WeatherStam camera is nonstop at this point. So I'm getting text messages from people. I was asleep. Yeah, you're not asleep anymore. This is
not many people in Charleston are sleeping right now.
No.
Well, here's a question: the WIA, the wireless emergency alerts that come to phones, would those go off for a considerable
80? It has to be 80 mile an hour.
It has to be
winds.
catastrophic.
So we
Catastrophic.
So we haven't quite issued that in terms of people waking
No.
up. People are
No, not
waking
quite-
up because
not
their
to that
weather radio
level.
went off. Or
People are
because
waking up because of
thunder.
thunder. People are waking up. That
Right.
the thunder is waking them up. I mean, again, these are
and maybe
very
because of
strong
howling
winds.
winds.
Yeah, the very strong winds and just the excessive amount of lightning right now that we're seeing from this storm. But again, a lot of lightning up into Goose Creek now. Again, we got some reports from Westcott, the spicy situation there. Still lightning and storming in Monk's Corner, and you're going to have at least one more round of this before it's all said and done. For a friend, Cowboy Gangster, who's been watching us all night, and thank you for that. For watching this. So again, bad over by Coastal Folly. There is a tornado watch. So to be clear, the tornado watch was extended until 1 a.m. So we remain under a tornado watch in the Charleston metro area right now.
Which means that tornadoes are possible. The warning, the thing that is happening is the damaging wind threat right now.
Correct.
We're still watching for the possibility of rotation.
Right. Far and away, the damaging wind risk is the main concern right now. And by the way, that's coming over the harbor. That's getting into Mount Pleasant now. It's getting into Sullivan's. It's heading toward IOP. We should get some interesting obs out of Shay's weather station at IOP before long.
Mercy, that shook my house. That shook my floor. I thought the floor was going to collapse under me. Sorry about that. I wow. Sorry,
we didn't hear it.
No, that startled me. I didn't really hear it either. I felt it, and I think that was more startling because again, I'm wearing earplugs.
Sure.
I'm wearing studio monitors. I should be playing Metallica instead. I'm talking about the weather. But yeah, this is I felt that really gets down there. That is really funny.
Thank you for the ringing
Thank
endorsement,
you, David.
I like that.
That is really, really funny. Taking a look again right now, I-26 from Ridgeville to Charleston. Oh, dear God, please do not be on that road. This is not where you want to be, friends. Right now.
Don't go across the Ravenel right now. Not a good idea.
No.
Would you like to see the Ravenel? I have those cameras.
Yeah, let's see what the Ravenel camera looks like.
Yeah, the Ravenel's probably rocking and rolling right now. I can't imagine that is a very fun place to be right now. Yeah, oh my God. Oh, these people. Oh my goodness.
Woo,
the bravery of these people.
I wouldn't do it.
Nope. And again, keep in mind, guys, that they do not close the roads. They don't close bridges. They don't close the bridges. That's not really a thing. Myra's got it right. This is like, when the weather bug is wrong, she comes to Carolina Weather Group, and we definitely appreciate your watching us and there. And again, man, this is quite a thunderstorm complex that is moving through right now. It is 11:38 p.m. Here. It's been a very long day again for us. Here at the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Jared Smith with James Brierton and Frank Strait. And yeah, we are very busy right now with 70 mile an hour wind gusts now very likely coming through downtown Charleston. James, if we want to, can we take a look at the CFC webcam again?
Yeah.
And yes, we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 12 a.m. And yeah, this thing is, we're seeing that kind of going for a ride there. It has a similar look to last night when similar thunderstorms are coming through. You can see the blinding rain there. An hour ago, we were able to see the Ravenel Bridge, and now we can't. So to give you a general idea of what we're dealing with.
Deja vu all over again.
Yeah, it really is. It feels like we've done this before, right?
I'm legitimately worried for these people.
We'll see what happens. I'll be interested to see what the airport this line is coming through the airport right now. So it'll be interesting to see what the observers see, what the wind speed ultimately ends up being. And I'm sure that we're going to hear something from the Weather Service on that in very short order. This is literally going over the Weather Service office right now. Getting reports is not really windy in Monk's Corner. You're probably not going to see. You're not. So this is really, if we're thinking about where the greatest concern is at the moment, it is definitely in the coastal Charleston metro area. This is where we are certainly most concerned right now about the damaging wind threat. And this remains a very, very strong straight line damaging wind signature. We'll put this in motion here, and you can see just how quickly this has come up and is coming through right now into downtown Charleston. Going up to Monk's Corner, you still have, periods of showers and thunderstorms, and we are going to see additional heavy rainfall move in the next 15, 20, 30 minutes. But I will also say this, once it's through, that's it. You're going to have
on top of you guys right now.
Yeah. So here's the Ravenel. This is not a fun place to be at the moment. That is not a place I would want to be driving. That would be terrifying. Yeah, this is.
I'm hoping no container trucks go across right now.
This would be a bad time for container trucks. This would be a bad, and again, we're
anybody,
really anybody.
Which
yeah.
Right now, I don't see anybody out there. There goes one guy.
Yeah.
Most people are playing it smart here and not going on the Ravenel, and that's the wise choice right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be a note for me.
Yeah, definitely so. We're getting updates now that Johns Island is calming down, and yes, I would expect that. You're going to start calming down now in Wadmalaw, Johns Island, those areas. The worst of it has passed you. You may still have some breezy conditions on the backside of this, but the worst of the weather has passed you. So I do expect, if the Weather Service issues another update to this warning, which goes for another 19 minutes, I do suspect that Johns Island will probably be cut out of it. Hollywood, Ravenel, West Ashley at this point, all good. The severe weather threat is now to your east. It is crossing I-26 from Ridgeville to Somerville to Goose Creek to Hanahan to North Charleston, downtown Charleston for the next few minutes. It's passing through Folly Beach. Now the big concern is mouth of Charleston Harbor, Patriots Point, Mount Pleasant. Those are the areas now that we're starting to get concerned for the potential for very strong and damaging wind gusts. And it would not shock me to see another warning issued upstream here fairly soon. Hugh G. on McClellanville, you've already had one round of this stuff. You've had 1 or 2 rounds of this today. You may be getting a third here in short order. No formal warning there yet, but I can't imagine that is going to take too much longer to get one of those through. And again, pulling up the wind signatures, I mean, this is the velocity data here. This is not fun. This went right through the marina again, and there was damage from last night's storms at the marina, so there may be even more damage at some point. So we're gonna, again, we want to keep a very close eye on this. Regardless of the wind, the lightning also is excessive. Very loud thunder, excessive lightning. Certainly a major issue here. You can take a look at it. You don't need the radar. You don't need lightning sensors to tell you, look at the lightning. I mean, you can see it. You can see it in the CFC webcam here. You can see it in the quad box that we have for the Ravenel Bridge. I mean, we are really rocking and rolling out there tonight.
I mean, these cameras are bolted down, and they're swinging and they're swaying out there with the severe thunderstorm warning, upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds. And you're up there with not a whole lot of protection.
No, you're definitely not. I mean, you're absolutely exposed to the elements. It's a tall bridge. I mean, that's a very tall bridge. It was built taller than the old Cooper River bridges to get the larger container ships through. That was the whole point. So that's a very high base bridge. Definitely. I'm getting reports of power outages on Daniel Island, which makes sense. Let's see. We've gotten reports. I'd be interested to hear how things are going on Seabrook right now. I think you're going to be doing a lot better right now. And let me real quick here. I'm going to paste something into there, and we'll have folks watching us closely here this evening. And again, getting reports heavy lightning on James Island. That's to be expected. But again, the worst of the weather is beginning to depart James Island right now. We are, we're definitely getting rocked out, guys. This is definitely This is definitely rocking us out here a little bit. Still seeing a
Good
lot
news
of
is
lightning.
it should be past I-26 in the next mere minutes.
Yeah, it'll get past there soon, and so again, this becomes more of a problem. Again, Monk's Corner right now, we got a break there, but even more heavy rain moving into Monk's Corner. They've had 5 inches of rain estimated by the radar today, and you're going to get. I mean, I think we're talking maybe. Let me get the 1 hour up here. We very well could be talking maybe another half inch to an inch before it's all said and done, guys.
Question on YouTube, is reddish orange lightning normal? I'm not sure if that's referring to the lightning that you're seeing in the sky or on the radar, but I will just say if we're talking about the radar indications, that is the indication of the heavy rain.
Yes.
Green is light, yellow is moderate, red is heavy.
Yeah. Kelly calling in from texting in, chatting in from Wadmalama.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Yeah. She's Kelly is a coworker of mine, so I'll just call her out like that. She and her husband Ben have been watching us for years, and definitely appreciate that, and have been supporters over the years. So thank you very much for that. And Waldmala is much calmer. Very few lightning strikes and thunder at this point. And again, your severe weather threat there is pretty much over at this point. Waiting to see, the Weather Service has updated the warning here, so I suspect that we're going to see a reboxing of this shortly. And again, I would not be surprised to see this warning extended further into Berkeley and Charleston counties. Bono, Jamestown, Schulerville, Allendale, McClellanville, Hugie, you're not in a warning yet. I would suspect that is probably coming. Now, with this other update too, the Weather Service did also assess that the wind damage threat is slightly less, 60 miles an hour. Still nothing to shake a stick at. Still plenty dangerous, plenty damaging there. So thoughts on tornadoes in the Goose Creek, Monk's Corner area. You are under a tornado watch. However, when I pull up the velocities here, I'm not really seeing anything too terribly suspicious. We've had a couple couplets pop up from time to time. On the bookend of this, particularly, looks like we got one that's near the
just west of Wando there. I was just looking at that on
Yeah.
Storm Relative. There's a little spin there. It's not tight. It's a broad circulation,
Yeah.
but it's something we're going to have to watch.
Yeah, and again, you're gonna have to watch it for very long. That's the good news. Is that again, this is going to be, these have been relatively transient at this point. And thank you to Glitch77 for your subscription to our YouTube channel. Tell your friends, tell your family, hit like, subscribe, and pass it along here. There. So NSR 342 was referring to lightning. Was not referring to the radar. Was referring to lightning. You may have some optical effects going on with some heavy rain as well, but there's that sounds about right, honestly. It certainly you can get those bolts in all sorts of forms, I suppose. But yeah, I know you're fine. There's nothing too scary about that. But yeah, I'm still watching. Still watching a couple broad areas of rotation, and again, this very strong wind now moving into. I'm just taking a look at a couple. Always taking a look at a couple different sources of radar, folks. And again, the heaviest winds now are approaching Isle of Palms, getting through Isle of Palms, Wild Dunes, Whitehall Terrace, Daniel Island, Cainhoy. You are now under the gun for the strongest winds to get through. I'll get to a couple more questions here real quick. Myra is asking, how are we looking in Knightsville and Dorchester County? It is coming to a close. You are just about over with it. You're sleepy. Good news. You'll be able to go to bed and not worry about it. So you're going to be A-okay there. Kristen, in Goose Creek, time frame to wind down very shortly for you as well. The storms are moving quickly, which is always a good thing. And we are starting to see some of that reflectivity begin to trend down in Goose Creek, and that is going to get a little bit better. Brianne over in Mount Pleasant seeing massive cracks of thunder and lightning right now. And yes, this is really where the action is right now is Mount Pleasant. We have that rear inflow jet punching through, and again, we could see some bookend vortices spin up as well. So we're going to be continuing to watch that. Again, this is a very, very nasty wind signature continuing to move through there as well. So let's let's take this full here. You can see the Ravenel again, the lightning in the distance, but downtown Charleston, your weather has very much improved. Long Point Bell Hall, you're going to be in it here for the next 20 minutes. So I'm going to say if you're in Long Point Bell Hall area, the worst of your weather is coming through right now. It will be over soon. But I would say hang in there. Any tornado threat on the back end of this storm. And again, this storm is very vigorous. It's overturning the atmosphere. Tornado threat will end, and we should see the tornado watch cleared fairly soon. I don't think that's going to make it to 1 o'clock, which is good news.
One other area we have to keep an eye on, far north end of the line here, north of Monk's Quarter, the Cross area. That little bookend vortex up there. Take a look at that.
Yeah, that's
trying to sneak up on us a little there. So that's another thing we have to keep an eye on. Certainly some good downpours and maybe some decent straight line winds there. The base velocity is over 40 knots there. So that's 46 or 7 miles an hour coming into the Cross area. So you're about to get a good gust of wind or two in that area, and we'll keep an eye on this little blob there that's just west of Cross on reflectivity. That's something to watch. In addition to the admittedly more exciting and concerning stuff occurring farther south in eastern Charleston County now.
No, we gotta watch all of it, and again, this is looking at the storm relative here. We pop over here every once in a while so we can take the forward motion out, and so we can see the spin within the storm. That is an incredibly useful and essential tool in the arsenal, so to speak. And so far, not really seeing anything too terribly concerning, which is good news, but we're going to keep an eye on that.
The weather service in chat, they said their office has taken a lightning hit.
Ooh. Well, yep. So there you go. And I'm not surprised. I mean, look at all the light. I mean, the lightning strikes are ridiculous.
Yeah,
the lightning from this has been absolutely absurd.
Yeah, I wonder if they're having to call in backup if they're not able to issue warnings. This stuff's moving out of the polygon now,
we'll
farther
see.
south.
Yeah, we'll see.
I can't help but wonder that. I mean, either way, we've been saying, the folks in Wando and Awandaw need to be treating this like a severe thunderstorm warning for their area because it's coming. The worst of it's over the water, but still, it's bad enough over the northeastern part of Charleston County and moving into that area.
Yeah,
certainly not a good time to travel on 17.
No, certainly not. And again, we'll keep an eye on this. Hopefully, everything is okay at the Weather Service office. Yikes! At the WFO, my goodness, that's a frightening situation. You don't ever want to see that.
I have a question from Kristen watching on YouTube. I'll answer real fast, and we'll get back over to you, Jared. Best way to get notified of tornadoes, especially during that overnight hour, phone, radios. What do we recommend? Number one, we recommend a NOAA weather radio that is analog. You can get a mobile version. You can get a desktop version that sits on a bedside table. You can program it just for your local county, just for the alerts that you want. If you don't have one of those and obviously can't get it at this hour, there are other options out there. There are some mobile phone apps that will make noise as long as your phone's not on Do Not Disturb. But also don't overlook maybe something that your city or your government offers, such as a reverse 911 phone call system. Some municipalities have things like Code Red that you can program in your address for. The best thing you can do is get multiple options. So in case one goes down, you have some redundancy. Jared?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just getting back to some of the tweets. We have a lot of terrified dogs out there tonight. And I want you, for all the dogs out there, I want you to know Charlie Brown is doing just fine. The only problem Charlie's having right now is that his dad's not in bed with him, but we'll fix that here soon, hopefully. As we retire him back to bed.
Doesn't want to talk to me right now because I haven't fed her yet. She expected to get food an hour ago.
Oh well, yeah, we got to take care of that, Frank. Frank, if you got to go feed your cat, do that.
Yeah, I actually am going to have to jump off here because I actually have to go to work in the morning. So
yeah, I feel you. I feel that.
I'm going to have to vamoose, but been nice working with you tonight.
Yep, Frank, always a pleasure, and again, thank you for your help and expertise tonight, Frank Strait. Joining us from Columbia. Always a pleasure. And maybe one day we'll actually get to record a normal show at some point. But
Maybe one of these
Maybe.
days we'll get to do an actual podcast show again. That would be
Yeah.
nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we have 4 of them in the can. You can get
Yeah.
access to them on patreon.com/Carolina Weather
That's
Group.
right.
Follow-up question from Kristen. What is reverse 911? That's just when emergency officials call you through an automated system. They do it for school closings. They could do it for tornado warnings. Good night, Frank. Get some sleep. Sign up for Frank's newsletter, everybody.
Yeah.
And not everywhere offers it, and they may offer it through different names. But here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte, they use code red. So
Yep.
that may not be a definite for you, but depending on where you are.
Yep. We've had an update on the tornado watch. The tornado
Yeah.
watch has been canceled for Dorchester, Beaufort, and Colleton. So if you're in anywhere in Dorchester County, Somerville, go to sleep. You're good. Beaufort County, Colleton County, you're good. Sleep well, my friends. It's all good. We're going to keep the tornado watch in effect a little bit longer. We're going to keep the tornado watch going a little bit longer here until 1 o'clock, or the line gets through, whichever comes first. So I know that there was a all right. So it looks like that we just got a flood of products coming through, and it looks like Charleston is opting not to issue downstream. Looks like they are opting to go with a special weather statement. So it sounds like the weather, and I'm sorry, I'm rubbing my eyes, guys. I mean, you know what time it is, so I've been doing this a while today. But James, the storms are weakening a little bit. It looks like certainly the worst of the wind is very much going to be over the water at this point, where the special marine warnings are out.
Okay.
I don't like
Trick
this.
question.
I don't like this at Wando. Keep an eye on that. That's maybe a little bookend guy. You see the little swirl and reflectivity here. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that up for Wando, moving towards Ondaw. But again, looks like the Weather Service is now they're opting for a special weather statement ahead of this. So again, Bono, Jamestown, Ondaw, McClellanville, still some strong thunderstorms, and that does not preclude them from issuing a warning if it re-strengthens, by the way. But they are opting not to continue the warning downstream. So again, I expect here in the warning is up in the next 4 minutes. I expect that this will expire on time, and we will technically be warning free. But I kind of want to hang with this a little bit longer, because this tornado watch is continuing, James, and again, there's I've seen some spots where we might have some things trying to transiently spin up.
Because we have that tornado watch, you said, until 1 a.m. still for some areas, right?
Yeah, until 1 a.m. or whenever the line gets through, whatever comes first. So there you go. So yeah, we just got a whole flood of updates from the Weather Service here on this. So so again, the tornado threat is low, but is non-zero. So that's something that we want to keep an eye on. So again, what I didn't like, that's a great question. I'd love to tell you. It's kind of dissipated. That's the good news. I had a little bit of rotation trying to peak up here over a couple scans in Wando, but that has since broadened out here. Some good news from Long Point and Bell Hall. Pretty chill. That's what we like. Thank you for watching ESR on YouTube. We are happy to do it. This is labor of love, and we definitely want to keep folks informed of when the weather goes south, and when the weather goes south. I'm just gonna leave it at that, because you know what, I could go a million different directions with that at this point. Largely running on caffeine and adrenaline, so that's usually never a good combination there. So So again, the rain and lightning is dying down in North Charleston, and getting a lot of comments from folks. Yeah, this is a doozy, and yeah, it was a doozy, my friends. This was that was a good one, and we keep doing this. Good news is we're not doing this tomorrow.
I mean, we love you all, but yeah, we're not doing this tomorrow because there's no weather.
No.
There's no severe threat tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're hoping that next Wednesday, we can air a show. If you're new to the Carolina Weather Group, we air an interview show every Wednesday about weather science, technology, and more. And then, we're here for severe weather coverage as warrants. Maybe next week we can actually air one of the 4 shows.
Yeah, we have a lot in the can. We're excited to show you. If you get on Patreon, we'll show you a little sooner.
Abby, we're so glad you found us and watching on YouTube tonight. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, as we continue our coverage here, we're looking at we got in one box we got James, in one box we got me, but in the big box we've got a look northeast from downtown Charleston. Still seeing. Oh wow! Look at that lightning, baby. That was beautiful. That was a good bolt, a good cloud to cloud stroke there. And and you're going to have some intense thunder for a while. But again, and that's going to be, there's a couple reasons for that too. There's two reasons for this. One, there's a lot of lightning with these storms still. But two, when you get at night, you get a layer of warm air just off the surface. It's called the nocturnal inversion. And I know that sounds a little sketch, but I promise you it's a real thing. And the nocturnal inversion, what that does is when you get thunder, it gets kind of trapped. The sound waves get trapped under that inversion, and it makes it roll and it makes it sound really loud. We're still seeing some great cloud to ground strokes out there too. But that's what's happening. If you're hearing thunder and you're going to hear thunder rolling for long distances, that's what's up. James, what's up?
You read my face. This is not weather related. We have some breaking news out of Puerto Rico right now. A major electrical fault has created a island-wide power outage. Reports right now on Twitter that the entire island of Puerto Rico is without power due to some sort of major electrical issue. They are, as far as I'm aware, not experiencing any sort of severe weather or anything of that like. But a major power outage at this hour in Puerto Rico.
Goodness.
I'm sure we'll hear more about that after sunrise tomorrow.
Goodness. Well, let's get to some good news real quick. Let's get to some good news. And
let me know when you find some, would you?
Well, the good news is that there are no active severe weather warnings on land in the Carolinas.
Sure. What do you have against marine warnings?
Look, we'll get to the marine warning. I mean,
Can Matthew go to bed in Goose Creek?
Yes, Matthew, go to bed. Get some sleep.
Subscribe and then go to bed.
Subscribe and go to bed. Yes, if you haven't already done that. So we'll do that. Very much Carolina Weather Group After Dark at this point. We have been on air for almost 7 hours. Now, some of it we haven't been continuous. I mean, we were running like that Weather Channel jazz for a couple hours, which was awesome.
Enjoyed it.
Very much so. The lo-fi beats, courtesy of Restream, who we use, who does an incredible job distributing our product across YouTube, everywhere. Yep, there it is. There's lo-fi. So Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. We are very thankful for that, and they do a wonderful job. We have a great console here in which we're producing the show live, and that is very, very helpful. So yeah, we'll do a little bit of lo-fi beats before we go to bed here. We still have strong thunderstorms moving through Ondaw right now. Ondaw, Wando area, Monk's Corner. You're getting one last round of heavy rain. Brooke, thank you for that. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Brooke, for that wonderful comment, and thank you for watching tonight. So still some things, still some wind blowing out here, and certainly some residual lightning strikes. But the other thing too is that it looks like some of the lightning strikes are beginning to move off. The worst of it is going offshore. So.
Do you have an update?
Yes, I have an update for Kristen. Yes, absolutely. Goose Creek at this point, the tornado watch is still technically in effect, but your risk for severe weather is basically over at this point. The line has come through, so you're good to go. I would say Goose Creek, go to bed. It is now tomorrow. It is Thursday. It is tomorrow. Go to bed. In Goose Creek, and honestly, we'll be able to get most of you to bed here in very short order. As again, we have no severe weather warnings on the board on land right now, which is good news.
We do have the Weather Service playing catch up on storm damage earlier, with the National Weather Service in Charleston putting out a new storm report for about 10:45 tonight. Power lines reported down at Barnwell Drive and Pleasant Point Drive. You know what I really take away from that, Jared? is that the National Weather Service took a power hit, still has the ability to put out local storm reports. So I think that's good news.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, they're doing fine. Yeah, they're issuing the warnings. Is no, and if they did have a major issue, then they would they just hand off to Columbia or Wilmington, and it'd be fine.
Yeah,
they practice this on a regular basis. They're very good at it. Thank you, Jordan.
Jordan, thank you. We appreciate that donation, that super chat on YouTube. It is a labor of love. Jared and I don't get paid to sit here, and we appreciate those few bucks that will help us make sure we have bills to pay in order to continue to bring this show to you. Wow, still seeing some lightning.
Yeah, the lightning's good. The lightning's going to be good here for next hour or so. And again, for those of you with the lightning sensitive, ow! I just hit my knee on the desk. That's where we're at tonight.
I was wondering. That's what happens at 7 hours in.
Yeah, that's what happens 7 hours in. But yeah, you're still going to hear the lightning and the thunder. You're going to see the lightning and you hear the thunder, probably for the next little bit. But again, at this point, all severe weather warnings are off the board, and I expect that we'll be able to get rid of this tornado watch before 1 a.m. Maybe not too far before 1 a.m., but probably before 1 a.m.
We'll see. New storm report in from the National Weather Service, 9:45 tonight in Carter County, Tennessee, just across the mountains from North Carolina. Hail the size of ping pong balls, 1.5 inches. That's
big.
That's
big. James, I'm going to go regional here. Let's Kristen, thank you for the super chat.
Kristen with the $10 super chat on YouTube. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We're so glad you're watching tonight. Glad we were able to help. And now that the warnings have dropped and we've introduced the lo-fi beats at the suggestion of Jared, I'm sure that's helpful for everybody as well too. There's Kristen's name over the skyline.
Yep, it's helping me. I just might just fall asleep right here. It would be
you came back with new renewed energy. I don't know where you pulled that from.
Hey, I don't know either. It's just, hey, we love this stuff, right? And so that's what we're going to do. So let's take this a little wider here for a minute. Here we have what the remnants of the tornado watch in the line down in Charleston. We've spent a lot of time in the low country, but there is weather happening elsewhere as well. We have the cold front. In fact, what I'm going to do here is I got the 10 meter. Where is the 10? Okay, it's not showing all of the 10 meter. All right, that's fine. But we have the cold front roughly coming through Tennessee. Here's what I'll do. I'll do the goes, gone. There we go. So there's your cold front right here. It's pretty well defined. You can see the low stratus. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for the super chat. And thanks to all of you for liking.
Our viewers are on fire right now.
Hey,
we really love it. Thank you, guys.
Y'all are crushing it. Thank you so much. And again, this helps us do what we do. This helps us. This stuff costs money. I mean, the data subscriptions, restream, things like this. This all costs money. And again, we'd be happy to pay it out of our pockets because we love this stuff so much. But y'all helping us. Keep this going. It ensures we stick around. So I definitely appreciate that. So you can see where the cold front has passed because you see all this low stratus here, this very, very chilly low stratus, this cloud bank here behind the front, just the cool air rushing in. Here's your line of storms. Generally, it looks like the front is around Birmingham, up through Knoxville, up to Charleston, West, maybe just a little bit to the east, the west of Charleston, West Virginia. We do have another line of storms that's fired up around Atlanta here. Again, mostly associated with that. But as you'll note, the severe thunderstorm and tornado watches are, except for here, going well. Shout out to Joseph Clark, an old friend, old colleague here. Way back in the day. Remember I was talking about that first big boy job in the 81 St. Philip Street?
Yeah.
The vantage point from this, that I worked with Joseph in that building right here. So
okay, you claimed earlier that during that job you had hair. So now that Joseph's here, I'd like to fact check that.
Yeah.
Joseph,
if
did Jared have hair?
I had long flowing locks. But we'll see. We'll see if he. We'll see if anybody backs me up on that.
I mean, I can't talk, so it's fine.
There's pictures. Anyway, so again, we're watching this cold front come through, and again, this is going to bring in a big change in the air mass, substantial change in the air mass for this weekend. We're going to be talking freezing temperatures in the upstate and the mountains here. over the weekend, which is kind of crazy to think about right now when we're talking 70s and dew points in the mid 60s. But again, we have this line of thunderstorms around Atlanta stretching down into Alabama. All appear sub-severe. The only tornado warning really the only convective warning in the country right now is thank you.
Pictures or it didn't happen.
Okay, we'll work on that. All right, later. We'll work on that. The only active convective warning in the country is a tornado warning in far southern Georgia right now, and this is on little Supercell, north of Boston, Georgia. So not to be confused with Boston, Massachusetts.
I knew Thomasville. I knew Quitman. I don't think I knew Boston.
I know. I did not know there was a Boston, Georgia until just now. So there you go. But yeah, so we have some showers and thunderstorms continuing to go. This is going to be along with that frontal forcing there. But again, at this point, I'm going to back this up over the mesoanalysis here, and that's. I mean, there's still some CAPE. There's some good convective inhibition, but I think that we've also overturned things pretty well. And again, I do expect that the tornado watch will go away pretty soon. Upstate.
Question. Yeah. You want to take it?
It's going upstate. So yeah, Greenville, you got some showers and thunderstorms there right now. Nothing too crazy coming through Seneca there. Again, this is closer to the line. Looking at your instability, it's not too terribly bad. The energy there. There's still some potential for some lightning and some thunder and some heavy rain. We have just got a new lightning strike right here near Seneca. This is just north of I-85. This is gonna all move east, and you're gonna have some showers and thunderstorms tonight. A lot of lightning here in central Georgia from Athens down to Peachtree City. Sure, National Weather Service FFC to LaGrange is they're all kind of getting rocked and rolled right now. With this line of thunderstorms, it's a little bit closer to the front. Looks like it's actually hung up on a little boundary here too, so that's kind of interesting there. But overall, the severe weather threat is relatively low. Let's go to the day one outlook real quick.
Sorry, I punched up the Clemson camera. I was seeing some lightning off in the distance from some of those upstate cells you were talking about.
Cool. Yeah, so again, we have the at this point, you're in the general risk in the upstate. You're probably in pretty good shape at this point. The severe weather threat is going to shift towards coastal North Carolina tonight and into tomorrow. The tomorrow's severe weather risk is going to be confined generally in the eastern North Carolina, which is known for its severe weather. That the front will be getting there right around the time that the state that peak instability will hit. So yeah, here's tomorrow's convective outlook, and again, Grand Strand marginal, and then the slight risk in eastern North Carolina and southeastern Virginia. So again, kind of looking at the risk for damaging straight line winds is a primary concern, but this is kind of that Carolina alley a little bit too, and we want to be careful of the potential for maybe even a tornado or two in that neck of the woods. It's surprisingly easy to do. Man, oh man! All right, so we're at 7 hours. We're at 7 hours here. Kind of crazy to think about. We still have some. I'm going to take it to the local radar here real quick, down in the Charleston metro, where we still have some viewers hanging out from there, and still some heavy rain moving through Berkeley County, some lightning and thunder. But again, it is noticeably calmer. It is noticeably calmer here in the Charleston metro area, and we'll have additional showers and thunderstorms, moving in from the west as the cold front comes through. We expect to have another round of thunderstorms overnight and into tomorrow morning for the commute. So expect that. Expect some rain. And we're gonna have commute issues in the morning, because the moment somebody spills their water on the road, everybody forgets how to drive, much less rain. So
I love this question from Jackie about her portion of Tennessee. It's just across from North Carolina, right? So we talk about how Carolina Weather Group reaches beyond the Carolinas. Perfect example here. You're in the clear. This line is past you now.
Done.
The thread has crossed to the other side of the mountain. So Jackie, I'm not trying to get rid of you, but if you're looking for an all clear to go to bed, I can give it to you.
Yeah, you're done. Yeah, it's all good. In fact, you're going to get that cold front's going to come through, and it's going to feel a lot different tomorrow. I mean, I got some of the temperatures up here behind me. You know, we're kind of at the edge of the. Oh well, that was an interesting chime. But yeah, we're down into the 50s now, with the dew points dropping into the 40s behind the front. Ahead of the front, we have temperatures in the 60s and 70s, and dew points in the mid 60s. So again, that drier air is going to become very noticeable very quickly, and we are going to be very happy about that. Except for those of you who are planting in the upstate, where you're going to get a freeze, and I'm sorry in advance.
Yeah, I just got my notification as we've taken up a bit of a green thumb at my household. A low of 39 degrees expected here in the next 36 hours or so.
Yep. Yeah, we do have Chris and
I will acknowledge his comment because competition is good. Gold and Blue Dude saying, great job. I usually watch Ryan Hall, but glad to know there is another channel I can look to.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Ryan is great at what he does.
Yep.
If you need us here in the Carolinas, you know where to find us.
I will say that the difference between Ryan Hall and Carolina Weather Group is that we know our territory because we live here.
We do.
We live here. A lot of us have lived here for a very long time. Know it like the back of our hand. You should hear Scotty calling out landmarks in the Piedmont. He knows every restaurant. He knows every Dollar General. He knows, like, he is on it.
And right on cue, Tyler asking about Morganton, which
yeah.
is where Scotty is.
Mhm.
The front hasn't technically passed there yet, but I'm not seeing anything on radar that makes me nervous about Morganton.
No, not at all. And again, the severe threat is definitely looking a lot less. I don't think there's any severe threat for you tonight. And at this point, the front's going to be getting through in a matter of time. Really, honestly, in Morganton, you're going to be dealing with the cooler temperatures tomorrow. So really, some pockets of downpours here, but not seeing anything suspicious.
Yeah.
Storm Prediction Center does not believe that any severe weather is going to occur up there tonight. So yeah, Morganton, go to bed. Good. Kristen was asking storms again tomorrow, and yeah, so it just briefly, just to touch back on this again, we're not expecting any severe weather again overnight in South Carolina, in our part of South Carolina, in the Goose Creek area, Charleston Metro. Storms in the morning, overnight, early morning, and it will be clearing out as the day goes on. So it will get better as the day goes on, and by the end of the day, we should have we should be seeing a fair bit of good sun before it's all over.
Yeah, where we will have to watch for storms tomorrow is in eastern North Carolina, that I-95 corridor, even a little bit into South Carolina, Myrtle Beach. This same front will be moving through the Carolinas during the overnight. So when you combine that with heat of the day tomorrow, there's a chance we could see a few storms.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit slower. It's going to be slower to come through. So again, we're going to get that front through, in the southern portions here. We're going to get that front through, midday or so. But Myrtle Beach, Eastern North Carolina, definitely going to have a little bit more time to destabilize. And we'll keep an eye on that for sure. But again, last couple of days have been a doozy, man.
Mm-hmm. We've talked about it, right? We've compared this to April of 2020. I mean, we have a severe weather season in the spring here in the Carolinas. Severe weather can happen any time of year.
Yep, absolutely.
We can get a tornado in December or January, but is definitely on mark. It's April. It's April in the Carolinas.
Yep. Something I like to say is the Hornsby rule applies. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change. And if you got that, you have an old soul. If you got that reference, you have an old soul, and I adore you for it. So, but yeah, James, I mean, we're looking pretty good here. Again, the tornado watch is still up, but I suspect that's going to be a formality at this point.
I was just checking one or two more storms that were inside that watch to see if there was anything that was jumping out to me. I don't see anything.
No, I think
so. I might take a page out of Kristen's book. Super calm, ready to sleep. Hope you guys sleep soon.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at.
I think that's where we're going.
I have no idea when I'm going to actually fall asleep, considering the adrenaline and caffeine, the aforementioned,
and the lights we've been staring at.
I will have to call on the power of the dachshund to lull me into complacency for the rest of the evening here. So, again, if you're watching us here, I think we're going to wind down here in a few minutes. But again, the severe weather threat is ending for tonight. Tornado watch should be out of here fairly soon. We're going to be watching Eastern North Carolina primarily tomorrow. parts of the PD for the potential for some severe storms in the afternoon as the cold front gets through. But again, not really seeing what we have been seeing over the last couple days. Last couple days have been extraordinarily bad. As bad as we've had in a long time.
I made the mistake of trying to talk sports in chat.
It happens.
I guessed wrong.
Yep.
Well, Jared, I don't say this just because we work together here, but great job over the last 48 hours.
Same to you, buddy.
Couple long evenings for you.
Yeah.
You guys, you do your work day, then you log off at 5 p.m. and you've been streaming for 2 straight nights. So hats
We'll
off.
see if I have a voice tomorrow, but so far
We'll
so
see.
good. You know,
Yeah.
It's why they invented tea and honey and
That's
honey
right.
and tea and silence.
So we're gonna wind down this stream. If you're new, please like and subscribe, hit the bell, all that stupid stuff. And I'm sure Jared and I will be up and awake for the next little bit. So the tornado watch, which does technically go into 1 a.m., although we anticipate will be dropped sooner.
Yeah.
If something does become of that, we'll be back. I'll be up until 1.
You'll probably hear some curse words, choice curse words from Charleston, probably all over the, because again, the nocturnal inversion, the ducting, you'll hear those things carry a little bit better. Sorry to your kids, but we'll get there, we'll get it done, and it's going to be just fine. So, yeah, gold and blue, yeah, West Virginia. So yeah, West Virginia and Michigan, unfortunately, they do share colors. Mountaineers.
I'll know next time.
Yeah.
Well, Jared, sleep well, and
Oh, don't no.
Nope. You're good. We heard a sound on my last syllable there in the notification system that Jared and I have access to that makes a certain sound when somebody says the word tornado. And I was hoping the watch was canceled. It was not. It's.
Well, yeah, that was I don't know when. Almost. Again,
Sleep tight, everybody. It
Yeah.
seems like it's a good night to be weather aware. I mean, I go to bed every night with the weather radio on, and most nights, it's quiet 99% of the time.
yeah, absolutely. Same here. I mean, nothing wrong with that. But again, the only thing that's going to keep you awake at this point, I think, is in Hugie. We have some lightning, Hugie, Jamestown, still some heavy rain there in far northeastern Berkeley County and the Francis Marion. But other than that, looking good, my friends. Looking very
Downtown
good.
looks nice and calm.
We can see
Good
the
night, Jared.
Ravenel again. Good night, everybody.